Right there. Thank you. I don't. Yes. No, I'm sure the next. Yeah. Yes. Thanks for you. I guess you might be able to help it. Say. Just stick the deck. No, ni tanto que te fuiste a que te quitaron el retrato, ¿quieres que te lo pongo para atrás, Kenny?
Okay, I won't call a meeting to order because that won't happen until 10 o'clock. But I would like everybody's attention so that we can get started. I don't know why she puts that mic on, you know, I was a former high school teacher, my voice can reach to the other room. And my hearing is pretty good too. I wanna thank everyone for joining us for the swearing in of the Luna Board of Trustees. First of all, I would like to introduce the current Board of Trustees members. Ms. Louise Portillo, Vice Chair of the Board, representative of Springer Maxwell Wagamama, and it's District 6. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Mark Dominguez, Secretary of the Board, he represents District 2, which is West Las Vegas. And Ms. Rosalie Ortega in her beautiful purple, representing District 4, Santa Rosa, which happens to be colors purple and white. That's right. Guadalupe County. The newly elected trustees, and I'm just going to, give them a shout out that needs to stand up maybe. Ms. Andrea Sandy, who is, District 1, representing Las Vegas. Myself, Phyllis Martinez, and I represent Mora and Rociala, District 3. Mr. Rolando Medrano, representing Las Vegas City Schools, District 5. And Mr. Richard B. Hill, representing West Las Vegas and District 7. Now I would like for our honored, esteemed Judge Eddie Trujillo, our good friend and supporter, and my former student when I taught at West Las Vegas Junior High School.
We're going to judge.
Down there.
Yes.
They're gonna go down there, maybe.
Yes. Okay, first of all, Miss Sandy. District 1, we'll go numerically.
The lady should go first.
Well, we have to do it numerically. We want to be fair.
Okay.
I mean.
In all fairness, then you-
Always have to be first. That's true.
I should be one of those right here, but that's what.
I think, yeah, that would be great. And any family, yes, can come up, absolutely. Go to the front.
There we go.
Did Dr. Edgar give it to you?
Well, I think this is it, yeah.
Yes.
Are you ready? This is raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I, Andrea Sandy,
I, Andrea Sandy,
do solemnly swear
solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
that I will support the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and Constitution and laws
of the state of New
of
Mexico,
the state of New Mexico,
and that I will faithfully and impartially
and that I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge duties
of the office
of the office
of Board of Trustees,
of Board of Trustees,
on which I am about to enter
that I am about to enter
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability,
So help me God.
so help me God.
Again, that's my cue.
You want to leave the picture? Yeah.
Why would you want to see
No, take it down and we'll put it in another place.
Oh, yeah, take it down. With too many orders.
Congratulations, good luck to you.
A big hand for Timmy.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
And I'm next because I represent District 3.
Oh, don't say Mora.
Thank you.
Don't say Mora.
Nora and Rosiaba. I don't want to leave anybody out. My husband. Good, and you?
Yeah. Don't Sandy, you know, or for this.
Yes, hold on. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Oh, that's a good morning, sir. Left hand on the Bible. The other.
Fine.
Raise your right hand.
I've done this before, but you couldn't tell.
Yes. I, Phyllis Martinez,
I, Phyllis Martinez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the
of
Constitution
the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws of
of the state of New Mexico,
the state of New Mexico.
and that I will faithfully and impartially
And I will faithfully and impartially
discharge the duties of the office,
discharge duties of the office,
Board of Trustees,
Board of Trustees,
on which I am about to enter,
on which I am about to enter,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Next is, District 5, Rolanda.
I was gonna ask the judge if he feels younger, because he was a student of, Dr. Martinez.
She's part of the reason I'm here. Yeah.
Oh, am I right?
Right. I, Rolando Medrano,
I, Rolando Medrano,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I support the Constitution
that I support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and the laws
of the state of New Mexico,
of the state of New Mexico,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and impartially discharge
faithfully
and
and
impartially
impartially discharge
the duties of the office
the duties of the office
of Board of Trustees,
of the Board of Trustees,
on which I am about to enter,
in which I am about to answer
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God. Congratulations, Dr. Medrano. Thank you.
And, Mr. Richard B. Hill, who, representing District 7, or elected District 7.
Mr. Medrano, I'll have you come up and hold them. I'll go for Mr. Beheen. Thank you, Judge. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. I, Richard Beheen,
I, Richard McGee,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution
that I do support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the state of New Mexico,
in the state of New Mexico,
and that I will faithfully
and that I will faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge the duties of the office
discharge the duties of the office
of Board of Trustees,
Board of Trustees,
on which I am about to enter,
in which I am about to enter,
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability.
so help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you.
Mr. B. Hill,
Oh, okay.
you can't remain in the audience anymore now.
I gotta get in the audience.
Thank you so much. Just, thank you. Thank you very much.
Always. Mark, you play along.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job.
Don't forget to have some coffee, cake, whatever the goodies are back there.
Thank you.
Thank you. What I would like to do now, before I call the meeting to order, well, wait. First of all, I would like for each of the trustees the newly elected trustees to say something. And the first one is gonna be Miss Sandy, since you represent District Number 1.
I would say, thank you, everybody, for being here today and, joining me in this swearing. This is a very new experience for me. I have been in education for 23 years, so I have, really, a lot of knowledge to the board, a lot of educational background. And I'm really excited to be here and excited for the next 6 years.
And I guess I'm next, and as usual, I'm not at a loss for words. My first thought, of course, was that I'm so grateful to all my friends, my family, my constituents for giving me this opportunity, for giving me their support. But especially, of course, my appreciation has to go to my husband, because he's always supporting me, even when I write some notes down and said, don't say that. So he supports me in many different ways. So thank you, John. The first time I visited with people, the first time I ran, I visited with people in 14 precincts in a huge area that has about maybe over 3,000 people that vote. It was a tough 2 months, but I survived. And of course, the last 6 years on the board has been a rough term. We've been through COVID, we've been through fires, we've been through water shortages, we've been through floods. All of these have impacted student enrollment, student attendance, and of course, they've impacted the employees. But it seems like the last 2 years, we have been digging ourselves out from under, so maybe we will survive. The enrollment numbers have increased, graduation was almost doubled. For sure, the people in the audience from the previous graduation to this last one, that definitely tripled, doubled. We, of course, have had vacant positions that have been filled. Thank you. We are only under outside contracts to a few companies, not as many as we were 2 years ago. And of course, the most important thing is accreditation, which has been restored by HLC, and that without that, it's hard to continue. Luna offers, and I'm probably gonna skip some, allied health, business, career, technical ed, early childhood, teacher prep, CDL, nursing, liberal arts, STEM, dental, and dual credit. And the good thing about dual credit is that a student can graduate from high school one weekend, and the next weekend can graduate with his associate from Luna. So we have to make sure we continue that. And our sports programs are thriving in many ways. My primary goal this term is to serve the students, the staff, the faculty, and my constituents. I'm ready for 6 more years and more positive results, and I'm here if you need. Thank you.
I'm gonna stand up. I'm grateful that I'm here today. My wife was previous, board of trustees. I've been self-employed for over 40 years. And, this has brought and opened up my eyes, the educational perspective. I've learned a lot. My concern is, of course, the school, the community college. The enrollment, as Dr. Martinez has brought up. My concern again is the direction that community college is going, and that's why I'm here. I think students coming first, and I think this is the future of students. I realize that we need education. It's a big world out there. And being self-employed, I see how significant it is to have educated students and how the community can provide this to our community. With that said, This is why I decided to run and to, continue my, the, steps that my wife left in this, school. So thank you for that. Thank you.
And we remember her fondly. She was excellent on that. Thank you very much. She was a special person. Mr. Richard Behill?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanna thank you and the board colleagues. Thank you very much. First of all, I wanna thank, God for that He's given me a life. I never thought I would be here today. And I'm gonna be totally honest with everyone, but people approached me and asked me, and I said, I'll make an effort. And I'm here, and I thank all the people in my district, and not only my district, but all of Luna's district. All of us hopefully will work together and try to make this institution. I know it is great now, hopefully we can make it great. First of all, I want to thank my wife because as you all know, being a politician is tough because a lot of the times you're without your family member. And the thing is that, and also I want to give great thanks to my dad and mom because they gave me a lot of inspiration, a lot of knowledge of how I grew up, 9 brothers and 9 sisters, big family, but I believe everybody's my family. And, you know, I love that everyone that's in the audience, I love that the superintendent from East, the superintendent from where I work is here today and all their colleagues and Mr. Trujillo, which I went a colleague and went to school and also worked with West Las Vegas for many years. I put 49 years there. And I've been in the political world as a state representative and I've worked with the SECIAS and I want to continue bringing new ideas to the college to see how we can benefit every student in our district and be here. And I appreciate and thank you, Kenny. We went to school together for many years at the Valley. And Judge Trujillo, I've known him for many years as a representative. I don't know each and everyone's name here, but I do care for you and I want to continue and do the best. I was in the audience and a young lady turned to me and says, "You are going to do good for Luna, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes, I am." So it's important that we all work together and make it best. And I know I'm long-winded, but thank you very much, all of you, for everything.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. All right, you want that? I don't know how to use that,
You're probably a teacher.
I, like Dr. Martinez, did not need a mic either. So today's swearing in represents an important commitment to the students and future of Luna Community College. I want to welcome our newly elected trustees as they begin their service and thank our returning trustees for their continued service and their dedication to this institution. Serving on the Board of Trustees carries significant responsibility, stewardship of public resources, support of academic quality, and an unwavering focus on student success. Your willingness to serve reflects a deep commitment to Luna Community College and to the communities we serve across northeastern New Mexico. On behalf of our students, faculty, and staff, thank you for your service and for the responsibility you have accepted. We look forward to working together in support of the long-term strength of the college. Thank you. Thank you.
I will spend the next, half an hour or so, mixing and having cakes because we technically cannot call our meeting to order until 10 o'clock. Thank you very much.
That's right. Sir.
What's that?
You watch any football this weekend, sir?
Yes, I did,
Who's your team?
What?
well, they're not playing.
Must be the chief.
What's that?
Must be the chief.
We're here.
Well, I'm from Ohio, Cleveland Browns.
There they are. There they are. I
And then Dallas since I.
think the list. And easy.
You're from more, Vegas here, or Dallas, I'm either.
Okay, that's the list, you have somebody else. I don't, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At this time, I would like to call this meeting to order to establish a forum. Leslie Ann, roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Present.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo. Present. Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Brendan.
Trustee Andrea Sandy. Present. Trustee Richard Rehill.
Presente.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Here.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega. Here.
And the notice of meeting, Vice Chair Portillo.
Good morning. Today is Tuesday, January 13, 2026. This is the regular Board of Trustees meeting of the Luna Community College Board of Trustees. Notice of this meeting was provided in accordance with the Luna Community College Open Meetings Act resolution. The agenda was posted at least 72 hours in advance of today's meeting at the office of the president and on the Luna Community College website at www.luna.edu. Any person who requires any special accommodations to attend or participate may contact the Luna Community College president at 505-454-2500 or 1-800-588-7232 extension 1000 for assistance. Thank you.
Thank you. Pledge of allegiance, can Mr. Clifford Reckensburg representing the foundation and most importantly, representing. Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag
The United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you so much. Next item is approval of the agenda. Want to request appoint the group?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Point of personal privilege. I just want to let everyone know in the public and on the website, just to let everybody know that I do own a CDL program, RV transportation here in Las Vegas. But I just wanted to clarify to everybody, I will not interfere in any way, form or fashion with this program and try to help it more. I just wanted to do that point of privilege because there was some rumors out there and I just want to squash them that I'm not here to close the CDL program. And Madam Chair, distinguished board members. Thank you. Thank you for the information.
Thank you very much. So the next item will be approval of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second it. Roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy. Yes. Trustee Richard Rehill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
The next item is the approval of the minutes of the December 9th, and I have to apologize because I didn't really get a chance to look at them. Like I usually do, because I didn't receive them until this morning, and yes, they were mailed on time. But the post office must have slacked off a little bit because they didn't get delivered to my box until today. But I'm hoping that everything is perfect. Thank you. So I need a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the, what is it, the minutes of, December 9th, 2025.
I'll second.
And roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo's,
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sammy,
Yes.
Trustee Richard Beadle,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega,
Yes.
Motion passes. Public comment?
there is no sign.
There was none? Okay. Next item is new personnel and employee student recognition, Dr. Linder. Ready?
I am.
Page 9.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right. Chair Dr. Martinez, thank you for the opportunity. On page 9 in your board package, you can see the new personnel and employee and student recognition. We do have a lot of personnel in the pipeline that are getting hired, but we didn't have any new that came on in the month of December. The recent separations are listed there. And just some time to take a little bit for the student and staff recognition. All the allied health, the student learning assessment plan, there's an acknowledgement that that assessment team of all the different committees and people on campus, it was really too many to name, that reviewed and then approved that student learning assessment plan. And you can see also that there are a whole lot of shout outs. I hope you will just take the time, even if you just got your package, you can look at that. I'm not gonna take all the time to look at that. But there's definitely, I wanna give a shout out to everybody in the WRTC that has been working really hard. They have been in the MEC. And they still sort of are in the MEC, but they will be moving over to the general studies building as soon as we get that HVAC completely cleared out, but they've been working really hard. A lot of shout outs coming from each department, and so when the directors put in their board reports every month, they are asked to put in shout outs, and then we put it in this section just for the new trustees, just so you sort of can see what we're looking at. I do want to give a shout out. I gave a shout out at the December meeting, but everybody that helped with the Luminatias, and I hope that everybody got their Christmas cards that had the photo that I did not on the card give a recognition to Michael Montoya. That was Michael Montoya that took that photo on the card. So that was really, really nice. Definitely a lot of work from the Rough Rider Mentorship Program. Our academic advisors, Dr. Romero is going to give an update from the in her report on enrollment, but they've been working really hard. We had a whole team working on the SIS project last week. They've worked really hard. Definitely shout out to a lot of faculty. The registrar shouted out Kim Baca, Alan Sanchez, and Luisa Pacheco for teaching over intercession. So I think that that's really, really wonderful. And I just want to give a shout out. I'm going to be talking about it a little bit later that ask the board to pass a resolution for the student housing, that we have a meeting on Thursday in front of the State Board of Finance. And you have a resolution that you're going to be looking at. And I just want to thank everybody that has contributed to that team and working on that. Chris Chavez, Justin, Matt, Tanya Giddings, Randall Crutch, Cherise Sanchez, Dr. Shields, Dr. Romero, and of course, Leslie Ann is always a huge support. And so I just wanted to recognize that. And of course, Denise Fox, who's our Dental Assistant Program Administrator, she does, if you look at page 12, each week, approximately each week, she gathers shout outs and sends those out via email. And so hopefully everybody has their board email, and so you can actually see these when you get staff email. But I want to just say she's a lot more creative than Leslie and I and what we put together on the previous pages. And so she's an artist in addition to being a dental assisting program
What a
administrator.
contrast.
It is a big, so anyway, but there's a lot, just, shout out to the Luna Eats program, Christino and Crystal and Raylan and everybody that helped with the Luna Eats program and the Tanditas. Mary Francis always gets a lot of shout outs. And I hope that you'll just take a few minutes to read through all of those, but I'm happy to answer any questions about that.
I just had one comment on those shout outs. Taco dinner, did you cook it yourself? Well, they gave you credit for treating us to a delicious taco dinner.
That was for the Illuminati.
Oh, darn.
That's why it was delicious.
I was hoping we were gonna have no cake and donuts next time, but taco. But we'll discuss that another
I
time.
should have comment.
Yes.
Go ahead. I just like to give a shout out to Leslie Ann. You've done an outstanding job in being there for the board, and I know that it's been tough and have you here and there. I just want to say thank you so much for everything.
And her and I week before the vacation, we spent about an hour and a half going through those halls. Oh God, and I get the minutes and I look at them and I say, when? Because they're so difficult. We had 5 different versions that we had to go through. Hopefully, this is it.
And a shout out to you also, Madam Chair, for all the work you do on behalf of the board. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, like you.
Fred-
I have a question for.
Secretary Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Ender, you put forth this, personnel employee student recognition. I also thank the employees for being here and doing what they do and they get paid, of course. This student learning assessment plan, was that implemented into or even addressed to student senate, faculty senate, what was
Want
it?
to take that?
No, Madam Chair, I do not, thank you. Was it reviewed by student senate, faculty senate, and staff senate? And were there bullets to back it? And was there a report, more importantly, made that kind of consists of either topic and discussion or bullets?
Trustee Dominguez, Chair, Dr. Martinez, Trustee Dominguez, yes, thank you for that question. And I think that at the December meeting, Sierra Fernandez, who's our Director of Assessment, actually presented the plan to the committee. This is really the work of a lot of different people. And let me just take a moment to read the acknowledgement that's on page 9. The development of this plan was guided and strengthened through Luna Community College's shared governance groups. This plan is informed by the established assessment processes that have been guiding the college's continuous improvement efforts and have primarily been developed through the assessment committee across the past several years. A special thank you is extended to the individuals who participated in the assessment committee, the curriculum committee, the faculty senate, the staff senate, the student senate, and shared governance council for their thoughtful review, support, and contributions. These groups approved this plan during the fall 2025 semester. Their collaboration helped ensure that the assessment processes reflected in this plan are meaningful, inclusive, and aligned with the needs of our students and campus community.
Thank you, President Ender. I would just like for best practice moving forward that we get a report from our committee. We get reports of what faculty senate and staff senate, student senate was working on bullets. And then when things came before the board was informed previously, not the day of. So it's better transmitted across the board so that when we vote on something, we have some acknowledgement and information as to where we're going and what we're doing. Thank you.
And I had asked a question about that at the last meeting, and specifically what I wanted to know was who actually participated in the writing. And to give credit to those people, because review, what was the rest of it that you said? The review and the, support contributions, it's important, but the important ones are the ones that actually wrote the plan.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Martinez. And just to clarify, This is a document, one of the processes that we used when all of the assessment this last year, when we were preparing for the HLC, is that we take advantage of Google Docs and Google Drive. And so this assessment plan was placed up on, and every single person that was involved in these committees had the opportunity to comment and question. The author of this plan was Sierra Fernandez.
And some additional people as well.
So, okay, well, what I'm telling you is that I did follow up on that, and there was input by the assessment committee. There was absolutely input from all these different pieces. I contributed to that. Other members, Dr. Romero's on that, the Assessment Academy team contributed to this plan. And so this plan was authored by Sierra Fernandez with input from all the people that I have did, but the main author is Sierra Fernandez. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For clarifying that. That concludes your recognition.
Yes, thank you.
And thank you for listing all the people, because I know it's a difficult process, because so many people are doing. And I'm hoping that these are people that are doing over and above and not just their job. Thank you. Just their job is, they're getting paid for it. Next item is the shared governance report on this board. And we extend our sympathy on the death of your father, I believe.
Yes, yes,
And I think that the board and the president's office sent flowers.
they did. Thank you so much, Madam Chair and Dr. Linder. I got those and it really brightened a very,
Okay,
very sad day.
and again, the other one was Jermaine's dad also passed away, and we,
And the Salazar.
and Linda Salazar. So flowers were sent to all three from the board and the president's office. Thank you.
I thank you for that.
Continue.
Good morning, Board of Trustees. So from shared governance, we had, so for December, Faculty Senate had, worked very hard and planned a successful in-service week, which was held last week, January 5th through 9th. And that in-service week included the first ever assessment academy here at Luna. And that was held on Wednesday. So that was pretty much an all-day event. Then Staff Senate held their last regular monthly meeting on December 9th. And they are planning to hold their first fundraiser on Saturday, February 7th in the cafeteria. And that fundraiser is probably gonna be like a craft fair type of event, maybe with some refreshments. And Staff Senate is gonna hold that first one, see how successful it is, and take it from there and see if that is a good fundraising idea for us. Student Senate did not have a regular meeting in December, because students had left by that time. But they are planning spring events. They are working on plans for a Valentine's Day event, potentially an Earth Day event. And, they are really trying to get events going again, and I think that's been a little bit of a struggle for Student Senate, but hopefully this semester there will be more. Directors, we did not have a regular shared governance meeting in December, so there are no updates from directors. And shared governance council did not meet quorum in December, so we did not have a regular meeting. However, shared governance is looking at future activities, so this month we are going to be reviewing the employee handbook. And that, I understand, is to be submitted to the board at your February meeting. And so we'll be reviewing in that. And then once we get the employee handbook, we're gonna work on our two next priorities, which are really revising the shared governance bylaws and then working on the dress code. And I've had to push back the dress code because the employee handbook is taking precedence over that. So I know we talked about that last time, but dress code will be future activity. And that is all I have. Are there any
The
questions?
dress code will pertain to staff and faculty.
That's right. Yes.
Any questions from the board of trustees?
Madam Chair, for me. Ms. Ford, sorry for your loss. I'm not gonna be too hard, so.
In the past, we used to receive reports, when I was just council president, and we used to receive reports on student senate, faculty senate, staff senate, then what was proposed to share governance and minutes to validate that, okay? So right now we have a meeting, there's minutes, it's recorded, you can go back and get a striker and do all that nonsense. But if we could just, Madam Chair, I'm not giving any direction any one way, but it would be nice to get reports on faculty senate, staff senate, student senate, what's proposed to share governance, so that there's paper to back that and put in our pamphlet, so that when things are coming up more, we can reference that. Okay. Board, and it's, this year, I'm looking to do a better job as a board member every day, and every year I'm growing. And, I would like this, and however you can get with President Linder and how you guys wanna handle it, but I would like some documentation as to what's being worked on by what senate. And then when it's proposed, we have that language, in writing. So that we can go back to it and so the board can say, well, what did you say? Well, I told you at this meeting, telling us in a meeting is not the same as giving us a document. Sure. Well, thank you for your report. I appreciate you again, Senator Barros. All right.
Stop it.
Yeah, but it's not,
Page 13.
it's not it's very important.
So he wants something similar to this. These are your documents, right?
Those are past documents, not even related to Mr. Mrs.
Oh,
Okay.
20.
Yeah, those past documents.
Okay, you want to see that? Okay, I will definitely work on
I
that.
know there's something in a nutshell, but it's not what's working on, what's proposed, what's going forward. I think it's just, it should be very clear.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a quick question,
Yes.
if I may. Yeah. Really quick,
Wait.
it's regarding dress code. Is there a current dress code right now in policy?
There's,
There isn't.
There isn't.
No.
No. So was there a concern? Is that why?
She can answer that question.
I'm just not familiar with that.
Well, yes, so trustee Lucius, there was, as far as I understand, there were some concerns in the past year about, dress. And that seems to have led to the desire to actually have a dress code policy implemented. And I'm sure that Dr. Linder can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that has been drafted. So our HR director has drafted a policy for us to review. So I have that has gone out to the Senate for them to look over. And so I anticipate that hopefully looking towards the end of January, beginning of February, we will be able to turn our attention to that dress code.
And
Yeah.
it's just for staff and faculty, correct?
Yes.
Not for students.
Correct.
Just for, okay. Thank you.
And actually that came about because, there was some concerns about dress, at least in one instance that I was familiar with. Yes, we won't go any further than that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you
thank you, Mr.
for your report. And if you would like a copy of these tax documents, he will give them to Dr. Lin, so that you can get an idea.
Give me a template, whatever you guys discuss.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next item is the LCC Foundation quarterly report. And I don't see Mr. Keaton. I'm assuming Mr. Reagan and Mr. Merrill will be doing the presentation.
Lawrence called this morning and he couldn't be here.
Okay.
He had an emergency call.
Good or bad?
Is that good or bad? His grandson had taken to emergency, so couldn't make it. So I wasn't quite prepared to be here, but.
Thank you for coming in and place of him.
Alrighty. I'm sure you all got a copy of our report.
Yeah.
One of the things that I'd like to say is, I hope you all have a happy new year. And I want to thank all of the new board members and the entire board of trustees. And Dr. Linder and staff. And a special thanks to the facilities management team. They helped us out quite a bit with our last fundraiser. We look forward to working together with you all towards our coming goal, which is the success of Luna Community College and our students. I kind of like to, emphasize a few of our accomplishments that we've done, this past year. Last year in the fall, we, gave 24 scholarships and with a total of 48 for the whole year. And we gave, 15 scholarships in the fall with a total of, 28 for the whole year. And right now, we have 13 applicants that are applying for hardship, scholarship or funds. And we plan to distribute those, by the end of the day.
End of the day, good job.
So, one of the things that I'd like to say is that, this last year, I think was the first year we had, our Halloween trunk or treat. And that was quite a success. We had over 300, students and adults that participated. Another success that we had was the raffle for the motorcycle. And we want to thank, Hank Blackwell for his donation. We were able to raise $3,600 on that, fund. And our winter festival, we raised, I think we raised $3,900, with our winter festival. And that included, some of the games, the wreaths, the food vendors and raffles. So we did quite well on those, so we look forward to giving out more scholarships this year. Carla, would you give a little report on the finances?
Well, the financials, I think, I don't know if we included it, we did our, December 31st for L2025. I'm sorry, I'm Carla Ware, I'm the treasurer. And, so we finalized it, we haven't taken it before our board to get it ratified and also for our new budget because we weren't able to have a meeting in December. Several of us were sick. I was down with COVID and then we weren't able to have a meeting. So we will be ratifying our new budget for 2026 on Thursday, actually. That's our next board meeting. And as soon as we do that, we can provide it to the board. We also wanted to thank everyone that participated in our Winterfest. I saw a lot of board members and staff. We're so proud of how everybody participates. So thank you, all of our board members. We have a wonderful board. They go above and beyond. Everyone comes in and helps and does a wonderful job. But we are looking forward to increasing, like you said, we've increased our scholarships. From when I started in 2023, we had given out 23 that year. The next year we gave out 29 and in 2025, we gave out 48 scholarships. We hope to be able to use Title V monies and use the interest we make on Title V to increase the amount of money we can give for scholarships this year. Soon as we need to, I don't know how we can get a hold of Title V, because I think that Department of Federal Government is we don't know. So as soon as we can make sure that we can take out, which we do, our grant has written that 50% of all of the revenue that we make every year can be used for scholarships. So as soon as we can report to them and get that approved, we'll have more money for scholarships this year. Thank you.
So a total of over $6,000 was raised in the two initiatives.
Yes.
Is that first in terms of the funding?
I think so. Actually, it was more like 7,000. It was over $7,000 was raised in the two initiatives.
But is that a first for the foundation? Because
I
we
think
didn't get reports for a long time until we started to request them.
yeah. We actually last year we had more money. I think we fundraising we had 18,000. I was just working on a year-end report. We had $18,000, but we had the two large sponsorships that were given. But
And the year isn't over yet.
Yeah, we're gonna start a new year. We had last year we raised $14,000.
So that's your goal.
Yeah, our new goal is 20,000, and we'd like to, oh, you know what I forgot to thank is the employees, because the employees do a payroll deduction. And every month, and, yeah, that's what goes straight into our, general scholarship fund. And I think last year, oh no, now my brain is not functioning, but, I think last year they gave over $2,000 towards that, so I wanna thank them
And then the report that you're gonna give us for the next meeting will include the interest rates that you're receiving from the investments.
Sure, well, we have our Title V and our scholarship funds. We have our Helen O'Brien's invested in a CD locally. And so we get money from that for our nursing scholarships. But then our Title V, we have invested with a company called Cetera that's out of Santa Fe. And we just changed our investment policy because before we were lacking some funds in our Title V to make it whole. So we were a little higher in stock. So we were investing in stock and cash investments. We just switched it out. So I don't want to say how much, but in the last 2 years, we've raised $200,000 in revenue for the Title V so that we can get that to the level that
From
we
the
invest.
investment.
Yes, that was in the investments. So they invest for us and we plan to have a higher investment this next year, hopefully. Who knows? Interest rates went down. Yes? Any question?
Want to check something? Thank you for giving my question. So you move money, is there a penalty for moving that money? And
No,
you said you just pulled some money and you put it.
no, we have the company and they just move it.
So lateral move?
Yeah, it's a lateral move, and so we just call our investment manager in Santa Fe. We changed it, we just flipped it, so that 70% of our monies will be in fixed interest instead of stock, because we've already reached our goal, and we're a little frightened of what's gonna happen in the stock market this year. So we flipped it, we'll only have 30%. And anything that's not like treasury bonds or CDs. And so we're not gonna raise as much money, but we'll feel more comfortable with the
So
investment.
we removed it from a high risk interest rate.
Yes.
Which
We
is
removed it from high risk.
That's better said to the board that it was high risk and it's not.
Yeah, and now
At the end of the day, you have to answer for what decisions you make to HLC. So it would just be, you'll be giving us a report on monetaries that were vested, what was.
Yes, you missed that part.
I know I did not check, that's why I'm asking, and so you'll be giving us a report, is there?
I'm not sure, yeah, we can send you our financials, we provided all of, last year for 2023 and 2024, we provided to the auditor all of our books, everything that they required, so,
We just require a quarterly report as is an agreement with the bylaws and the
yeah, so,
MOU that we have with the foundation.
Yes.
So next meeting, you'll give us the financials, because you haven't prepared, but you have to have your board.
we have to have our board approval.
Okay,
Yeah, we have to work.
appreciate that, thank you.
Ms. Sandy?
Yes, I was just wondering, out of the 24 recipients for scholarships and the 15 for the student hardship scholarships, how many will be awarded? Do you have a limit on that, or?
It probably based on how much money we have, like $2,500 in our hardship fund. So right now, the ones we're gonna award are for $75 each. Because that's what they need to turn in so that they won't be disenrolled. So the 13 that we have right now are for disenrollment, $75. We will provide a check to the business office with a list of the names so the students won't be disenrolled. Because we know, I believe the deadline is tomorrow at 5. So Clifford and I will be running to write checks right after this.
And for the full scholarships?
The full scholarships, we are just opening up our applications. And usually for those, we pay $500 out of our general. And if it's a nursing student, we give $250 out of our Helen O'Brien. So nursing students usually get $750. And general students get $500 for any of the scholarships we give. Unless they're part-time, if they're part-time, of course, they get $250.
And I'll try to cover first, James first.
Yes,
I'd like to have a question, and I'm not sure I can answer it, on the 24 recipients for the fall that received scholarships. How many were nursing and how many were general? Do you know by chance? Maybe you don't know that.
We do have that broken out, I didn't bring that with me, but I believe
Is it like David or no?
it's about 50% of them are nursing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right,
Thank you,
thank you.
Thanks for being here.
So you're,
What's that?
is the hardship fund capped at 75?
No, we capped it at 100. But right now, some people ask for 1,000, so, what we've said is because, depending on what the reason is for it, we have been giving them out for 100. Right now, we're giving out the 75 for disenrollment, and then as they go forward, we can have to go.
What are the basic requirements for, that fund? What is,
We have a one-page form that they just pull out what their hardship is and how much money they were requesting. And then our administrative assistant sends it to our committee for review, and then we do it online usually, and once they are approved, Clifford and I go write a check.
how
What's
long
that?
does that process take?
We'll try to do it as quickly
Yeah.
as possible.
Usually-
Usually 48 hours.
48 hours.
Yeah, because you just received the request.
We just read the trust yesterday, and so we sent it to the committee, they've approved it, and we're gonna write the checks now. Well, actually, we're gonna write one check.
And a lot of this is because of financial aid not coming through it.
Right.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
I have my turn.
Thank you. Next item is Board of Trustees updates and committee reports. So, if I'm first. We had a meeting on Tuesday, January 6th, and for the new board members, we have committee meetings the week prior to the regular board meeting on a Tuesday. And we have some time changes, but we'll discuss those after. When we make the assignments. So we'll do the reports first. Everyone was present, no one was on video and everybody was present in person. We discussed community education course, the LED digital sign, status of attaining grievance policy updated, and some updates from Dr. Linder, which she shared with you today. And the student housing update is she'll be sharing shortly, because we need to make a decision on that. The HLC focus visit follow-up. Does everybody have copies of this? Okay, then you can read those on your own in the end, as Dr. Sen, used to say, in the interest of time. We remember him and Kenny for the things they did during board meetings, yes, definitely. The legislative session, which you will also be sharing with us. And student services. The facilities. And a follow-up. So basically, a short summary of what was discussed, and if you need to go back and see what exactly it was, rather than me reading all of this and prolonging this meeting a lot, you can go back and read those for the board members. Next committee is going to be the finance committee, Secretary Dominguez.
Yes, Madam Chair. Everybody was present at that meeting. Myself, Dr. Shields, Jessica, Mr. Reese, was Louise.
No,
Louise,
oh yeah,
was present,
yeah, she is.
and myself. So we went over a few items. We went over, and I don't want to take too much from Dr. Shields on his report, financial summary analysis of budget to actual, cost center, student receivables, accounts payable, payroll, procurement, audit, and staffing and others. I need to report that in our investments from December to today, we, in one account, we, have made $3,046.20. In the other account, we've made $2,800. $2,871.71, and estimated our overall consolidated cash balance stands at an encouraging $8.7 million.
deposits reported between December 1st and 2025 and December 15, total 14,160. The staffing has provided, key updates on operational aspects within the department. Payroll and benefit, professional services, there was some influx there due to, fringe benefits. That's about it, other than Dr. Shields touch base on the rest of his, on his report, we have overview of significant contract commitments, they're substantial. Anything else, Madam Chair?
That's it, thank you. Board Academic Committee, Mr. Madonna.
And I think we're at about 48%, if I'm not,
43%.
was it 43%, Dr. Shields, that we're tracking on our fiscal budget on our, thank you.
Okay, so we,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we got together on Tuesday, January 6th. The determination of the quorum was called forward at 1:43. Present or myself, both Mr. Goldie, Trustee Ortega, Dr. Nina Romero, Harry Linder, and the reporter, Mr. Ryan Vergil. Absent was Dr. Senna, trustee.
Dr. Senna was not there. Yeah, he said that. Yeah, absolutely.
So the motion was approved to approve the agenda, the second by myself. We discussed, there was minutes approved from Thursday, December 4th, and those we went through them and they were passed. Also on, the Vice President of Instruction Service, Dr. Henrietta Romero, went through discussed some of the, items that have been brought up. She mentioned about the, 4 pilot intercessions. We're excited that, there was a big, during the winter break, there was a big, success. And mostly there was, I think, the forces that had been, I think that forces tested. And we're excited because 79% of them passed the, forces. I think there were some that didn't finish the program. So, that was discussed in detail. More to discuss. Then the other item was, spring 2026 enrollment. As of 11/3/25, enrollment report was provided is of, provided 388 as of January 5th. The supplement showing 426 at 751. And of course, it kept, continued growing, enrollment grew to 437 enrollees. So that was discussed and we're discussed that. The next item we discussed was the grant update, if any. We're not sure, I don't know, since then, what's transpired, didn't heard anything. It's the FIPSNT grant update, not being received by the Department of Education. There's nothing, if anyone was still waiting for it. No response. The next item we discussed was the LCC skills and solutions textbook proposal. A proposal for the LCC skills and solutions textbook for mid-April was provided. This textbook will be a showcase of student talent and education at LCC to potential employers, and committee members. So that was discussed. And then the other item we discussed was the personal updates. It was dropped that there's 8 candidates applying for the admissions manager position with a target for hire by the end of January. I'm sure we're still working on that. Financial aid is fully staffed as of November 17th, so that's a great plus. I think that's one of the items that we've been bringing up since it's been an issue with us. The team contract is officially come to an end, and the on-ground team has completed their transitional process work to continue to serve the students. And so we have this financial aid and this here, everything that's being done is here at the main campus. Then we discussed the student services and academic updates, student services team and other areas continue to work diligently to increase enrollment for spring of 26. Of course, that's been our goal. Last day to add for full session was the league report of January 20th, which is still coming up. So it's the time. Business department, along with the VP access are moving forward to start a small business management certificate at the Guadalupe Correctional Facility. It's in March 2026. That was discussed. Trustee Rosalie up there requested an update for the next meeting on where the equipment is from in the barbering program. We discussed that. That used to be in the facility. I think it was mentioned also that all those items with equipment still there. So there, Dr. Andrea, we also, Dr. Romero discussed that the reported she's working with the Allied Health and Public Services Department to explore its potential to offer an paid human services brief, which will help with the shortage of social workers in the area. Students will be able to transfer various Master of Social Work, BSW program across the state to include BSW offers to NMHU. That I looked quite up. And then regarding the chest, on-site team is currently visiting as of January, they were here visiting from January 5th to the 9th. Working with the SNS implementation team institution in the final stages of the SIS work day period. Faculty and academic directors are providing additional support for the student advisement as this is required mechanism participation from the student services division. So it's already, I think Dr. Romero will fill us in on that. Other updates, Dr. Carol Linder brought a quick update on the emergency operating fund. Grant for housing, Department of Finance and Administration, so I think that that's still on. I think we're gonna be having a discussion on that. Then the next item discussed the announcement date, this time of location for the next academic meeting. It could be Tuesday, February 3rd. Madam Chairman, that concludes.
Thank you. Are there any questions to ask or any additions to the report presented by trustee Medrano on academics? I do have questions. I don't know if you can answer them or if Dr. Linder or Dr. Romero has to answer. The 5th seat grant was the one that was supposed to have been submitted by Dr. Thompson. That's on the first page of the 5th seat grant. Yeah.
Chair, Dr. Martinez, the FIPSI grant, Dr. Thompson did work on it, but this is a grant proposal that Dr. Martinez saw.
Yes, I wrote that.
And a very short notice, and it was paid for by the North Central Economic Development.
But at this point, the federal government is in a hiatus of some type in terms of the education department.
Well, no, they released that grant proposal and they were supposed to have released the news from that. But they did release that with about a 3-week turnaround for that grant proposal. And so we did submit it on December 3rd. They were supposed to have a 10-day turnaround. It was not going to go out to the committees. It wasn't going to follow the typical grant review process that the Department of Education used. And we have not heard anything, and there's nothing up on the websites about that yet, but we're waiting to hear that.
The next one is on the next page, LCC Skills and Solutions Expo proposal. Can you,
I think that,
describe that for us? I know I personally have never heard of it.
so, I think that Dr. Romero can provide some information about that during her report.
All right,
Will that work?
that's fine.
Okay, perfect.
The other one is 8 candidates have applied for admissions manager position. There's still 8 candidates, or are you gonna go through the process of the reviews, all the rest of the stuff?
So that means, yes, so they will follow, there'll be a committee that goes through that, and so they're coordinating it's the regular hiring process. And so what Dr. Romero was doing was just providing, because Savannah had left that position, she had resigned that position in November. So currently, we don't have a manager of our admissions and recruitment because Savannah left that position in November. And so we advertised that position and they're in the process of, I think they have a committee selected and they'll be interviewing those.
Okay, And the financial aid day training, this is ongoing for the staff that's currently there. Is that what
What
it's,
did you, sorry?
the next, two bullets down? Same section. Financial aid day.
So thank you for that question, Dr. Martinez. Basically what Michael Montoya has been doing and working with Brian is because we have all new staff that started in November. What they've been doing is going through and doing training with our financial aid staff. Does that suffice with that? Michael?
Correct, I am working directly with the two staff members on site to ensure that we continue the process and to ensure that our students are served.
And as a former financial aid director, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Expert, the other one is business department moving forward with the small business management at the prison. So we have the fire science program. Now we're going to have small business management.
Yes.
That's good. So that's at least two programs that are going into the prisons where we used to have one more for sure was the hospital. No.
So we're trying
Yeah,
to.
Barbary. Yes. Barbary, yeah, that's what it was, Barbary. But you used to teach trustee Ortega. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. The other one is the BPISS is working with Allied Health to explore the potential to offer a human services degree, which will help with the shortage in social workers. What I'm wondering, is there any kind of update as to the status of that program, or she will answer that when she presents her report?
So, thank you, Dr. Martinez, for those questions. I think that what Dr. Romero reported at that is that she's working with the Allied Health Department. If we're gonna do a new associate's degree, that would have to be taken to the state.
Right.
And then it would also have to go to the Higher Learning Commission. There are associated human services programs in the state. There is a common course of curriculum that has already been approved by the state, but if we would go through that process. And that process would, and we also, because of our status, would also have to go through the Department of Education if we, to get approved for any new program. And so so we're looking at that, that would not be something we would have by the fall. If we, at the earliest, I would say would be the fall of 27 at the very earliest for that. But we would love, and it's possible that we could offer some of those courses potentially, but we really can't get financial aid for courses that are not already in an approved degree program.
And the water program, which I had asked you to have.
So, Dr. Dixon,
I know that, but I was just gonna say is that, that one would not have to go to the Department of Education because it's not, credit, it's, aid.
we're still exploring options for making that a credit, so we have not removed the option to make that to credit. But we are hoping, and Dr. Romero is gonna give a report on that, we are hoping to have the wastewaters through our non-credit this spring.
All right, thank you. So the next, committee is the facilities committee. Trustee Ortega, would you like to give us a report, please?
Yes. The facilities.
Right after that,
Well,
So we skipped the academics.
no, we did that's, those are all the, thank you guys for coming. Those were all the questions that I asked.
Okay. So, we met on January the 6th and, everyone was present. Trustee Portillo, myself, Dr. Carol Linder, Dr. Shields, Matthew Grego, and, Victor Sandoval. We discussed, several items. One of them was, progressive with, DKG. There's been no progress on the roofing project. New calendar with materials arriving late this week. First date was November 10th of 25. Being given second chance due to contracts being signed. The general studies was the workforce development building, the WR2C moved in. The CBDC building, the CDL moved in there.
The Honeywell proposal to replace cafeteria HVAC systems by August of 2026. Present to the HLC, the
That's
next,
the typo actually.
uh,
That should be 80.
and then close cafeteria for following reasons. Cafeteria has an old system. If and when LCC has student housing, the cafeteria needs to be able to support the students. Allied health building renovation, the planning phase, nursing lab space. Capillary and simulator for the hospital wing, remove windows on the western wall to install beds. Not even wall space, HVAC updates were remediation of HVAC in admissions. The admin, the tech and the general studies by the year out. Still working on the admin, replacing valves, run on internet connectivity. Tech starts in January. Once valves are connected to the general studies, will run on boilers, issue with the air flow through the vents. We toured that building there and it was kind of depressing actually. Johnson Controls needs to collaborate. The motor and admin HVAC systems went out, ordered before the break and installed day after Christmas. The LRC water leak, Santa Fe repairing corroded couplings, gas pipe used instead of a water pipe. This was outside the building. Other updates, Dr. Leonard, I'm sure is gonna report on this when she gets to it, but, one of the things discussed was to paint the Rough Rider in front of the new community college on the sides. The emergency fund, also Dr. Leonard's gonna cover that. What else do we need? A lot of these are duplicated in every report, so. Always Dr. said us, saying in lieu of time. In the interest of time.
Don't you worry, Joe.
Yes.
I'm in the world for you.
Contact Mayor Lopez regarding the door, Mattachek will be in contact and we'll follow up. Next week, new board members will be assigned your committees, that well. What else? Announcement of the next one meeting would be February 3rd.
Oh. I left him for that. Okay, the questions that I have are, and I suppose Dr. Linder will have to answer. General studies was the building that at some time in the past we contemplated, or you contemplated using as a dorm. That's that one over here. Oh, my directions are, I see it is over there. Okay. So the architect will be there to that one.
Yeah, so we did have a space committee meeting. We did review that and look at that as a potential temporary housing space. There is not the plumbing, there's not facilities. That room is, that building is not, would need millions and millions of dollars of renovation if it was going to be used for student housing.
Okay. And I thought it said closed cafeteria, but it says chose cafeteria.
Yeah, I
I
read
have a
the same.
question.
I read
Living across the street's gonna be.
Let me finish and then you can get a question. Okay, number 8. LRC water leak gas pipe used instead of water pipe? Oh my God, who did that?
Well, that was camping. That's years and years and years and years and years ago. That's historic.
Were people drinking out of those pipes? Wow. Big. Okay,
Something in the water, you see.
okay, trustee Dominguez, do you have a question?
No, I'm just a new kid. The plumbing might be good on one side, but it's gonna be good on the other side, but we'll just, we'll just go, it is good.
I had another question, sorry about that.
No, you're good.
Secretary Rodriguez wants LCC to continue trying to work with NMHU. Does that mean that she already has some type of a decision or? No?
So, And I talked about this a little bit already, I can talk about it in my report when we talk about the housing, but for our new trustees, and just to remind everybody, is that we have traditionally, for a long time, our students have used NMHU housing. And so they did have some housing that went offline, that was one of the reasons that we didn't have housing this fall. And they have requested money from the state that would actually open up another wing at Connor. And so they are looking at that, and so when we met with HED, they feel like the quickest way for us to have housing would be that NMHU would give us a block of housing, that they would dedicate a block of housing to Lilly Community College. And so that is what the HED's position is that actually would be the simplest solution in terms of housing.
And what was that complaint as far as how many rooms? Everything.
Well, so right now, we actually have 18 rooms that we're using, and we looked at historically what we've used in the last couple of years. And it's been anywhere between 23 and 24 rooms. We attempted to get some numbers about how many other non-athlete students actually use the housing. And I wasn't able to get that number from housing because the students have a contract with NMHU, they don't have a contract with us. And so, but what we would like to do is have housing, so in the past, right now, most of our, not all, but most of our baseball players actually have found housing off campus. And so there are, I think, 30, I can't remember what the number, 10 baseball room, 10 softball and 8 baseball, or 1 for this spring. And so it's just that because that housing, those blocks are there. So I will talk about this a little bit later, but Highland's position is that they can't guarantee us any block until after August 1st.
And by then, students are already almost on campus.
What?
That could possibly be too big.
Oh, it's not possibly, it is. So we can't recruit students.
We may have to go to
know about
spring.
housing.
You heard about that.
So anyway, so that is, but the feeling was, now, I haven't looked and I've not been part of those discussions at Highlands. I know Highlands has been looking at their housing and they're requesting more housing, and they are requesting more housing during, and also renovation and taking care of deferred maintenance on their campus.
Is that 23 rooms or 1, 2 rooms?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Next item is, any other questions, facility? Next item is committee assignments from the GOT subcommittee, okay? And I responded to requests from the individuals, which are Ms. Sandy and Mr. Hill. And, Mr. Hill have requested to go to finance, so the remaining members of the finance committee will be Secretary Dominguez, trustee the Hill, and trustee Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Madam Chair.
yeah, well, trustee Dr. Phyllis Martinez. Okay, the executive committee continues with only the officers. That one is populated by officers only, with the vice chair Portillo, secretary Dominguez, and chair Dr. Martinez.
5961.
Facilities committee will be, Ms. Trustee Ortega, trustee Medrano, and trustee Sandy. And the academic committee will be trustee Ortega, trustee Medrano, and trustee Sandy. Any questions? Then the other thing we have to do is look at changing the times of the committee meetings to make it a little easier for those of us that have to travel a ways, then have to kill 2 hours or 3 hours or 4 hours like trustee Ortega had to do previously. So therefore, the finance committee will meet at 8:30. Is there any problem with that?
I will
No.
complain before.
Well, you can go ahead, we can hear it. And we don't wanna hear it.
Would you like this?
I can listen.
Honestly.
Hey, you don't have to drive me more.
One there, you put on like, put on Peter, 5961. That's around.
I do.
She on.
Okay, then at 10 o'clock, the executive committee meeting, that way we go, people that are on both committees can just go on to the next one. And then the facilities committee will be at 11:30. And the academic committee will be at 1 o'clock. Executive is at 10, just like it had been before. The only difference is we're moving the finance committee to May 3rd.
I was gonna request that, but.
We're gonna have to go on at 7:30.
Here today, got it tomorrow.
Any questions? Any concerns? As I told, Secretary Dominguez, I'm listening, I'm hearing anyway. All right, I guess you talk, well, I said, Secretary Dominguez, I'm open, you're all over here. I hear you. Okay, next item is, board attendance for upcoming dates. Luna Day at the legislature is, I thought it was the 23rd.
I believe that Leslie's already reached out. to everyone.
22nd, okay, that's 22nd. So we need to know how many people are going to attend because there has to be posted a notice of possible forum. I'm going, so my trustee Hills, the drama. This is the 22nd.
What time? So,
It's all day.
well, so I did get a little bit of an update, so we do have to be set up by 7, it starts at 8. But I did talk to Tony Giddings, our new Director of Government Relations. It is from basically 8 to 3. But I think that if trustees could be there by the legislators go into session at 10, a little bit after 10. And so getting there about 9 would be good. And then, you know, if you wanna get there at 8, we'll all be there by that amount of time. But anyway, so 9 o'clock. And it is from 8 to 3, whether you could stay part of the day or not part of the day, you know, that would be helpful.
And you'll be giving burritos to the legislators?
No.
Or no, just the little.
We're not giving takeaway, we're not giving swag to the left, we're just giving swag, we're not giving food.
All right. So therefore, everyone except trustee Dominguez, right? Yes? Yes, 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 Sergio, Luis, myself, and trustee Beal.
Well, good, I'm glad there's representation, I mean, there's no.
Well, that's for
For me to go and.
numbers.
Check the numbers, right, trustee O'Neill?
Okay, the next one is the Hispanic Roundtable. It's on the 2nd of February. And that one is a night. It's from 6 to 8.
Yes, it's 6 to 8.
And it's dinner, food.
At La Fonda, correct?
Yeah, yes. So who will be present?
I will.
Okay?
Let's say date.
No,
February 2nd. You said yes before.
Yes.
You said yes. You can't say no.
Andrea?
Possibly get back, that's my daughter's birthday. So
Okay,
we don't have
You should take this.
you don't have to. But the only reason we're getting a count is because we have to pay for the food and we need a count.
I'm gonna opt out.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's fine. No,
Okay.
that's fine.
And you will be there? Okay. Oh, last year was, I'm not chicken or something, but else. Chicken.
I think the party from, trustee Bernard. Oh, you're gonna, oh, you're good. Go.
No, you have to tell us now. It costs $200.
Keep going.
$225 per meal.
25, you know, so last year they did, people that didn't show up, so we do want to make sure that we should show up, right?
But you said yes.
Yes, Maria.
Okay.
Didn't want to sit by you.
Trustee Dominguez.
No, yes. So everybody but Andre,
I'm there.
everything but Andre, but no, but that's okay, there's just investments. Enjoy your
I'm
life.
spending.
Yes.
Don't worry, I got a fully audited. He'll be a late, promise.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Who am I missing? Louise, Rosalie, Phyllis, Mark, Richard, go on.
Is there any way to invite, the mayor, madam chair, or anybody, I think, you
They're-
know.
They're going, aren't they?
There is
They
a-
always go, they pay for themselves.
No, here's the thing, Madam Chair, we've used the balloon fiesta booth forever, Madam Chair, and I think it would be rightfully so to at least have an invitation for guests. If they
We
would like-
can't invite because it's not our duty. We have to attend, we're attendees, we're not hosts.
We're not allowed to reach out, for,
I,
somebody to give to.
but the problem is the city's paying for them anyway.
So be there, so there will be.
They don't pay for
Just a
themselves.
question, Madam Chair.
I'll bring mine.
Yes.
We did have transportation and we have students and academic directors and staff that will be attending as well. So we have 2 tables, so we will have 20. We had 20, we paid for 20 seats, right, Leslie?
Correct. And we had a real nice turnout last year, 3
Yes.
tables, full of 2 students or 2 tables, full of students and staff and trustees. I was not thinking my husband, it's only, right, the invitation is only for the county and the trustees. We're recognized, but it's not, it's not an invitation for her. I kept it mine for the year. I don't know how you feel, Dr. Linder.
But, Madam Chair,
Yes,
again, and I said this in opening statements, I think it's very important because the husband or wife is part of your other half. And I believe, and I've served in other committees, it's something like this, it's important to take the partner.
I think I agree with you to a certain extent, but we need to stay those slots also for students and faculty, staff. We need as much representation from the college itself. And there's only 20 slots.
so can I suggest something? Is that 1, 2, 3 of us, additional, we pay for the other person ourselves.
Yes.
I'll pay for mayor.
Number 1,
I don't know.
and number 2, if there's space available.
Promise you.
Do you use anybody else that's so great?
I don't know, I'll see what you guys.
You guys.
You guys know.
they go.
Oh,
Absolutely.
okay, so that would be 3, myself, trustee Hill and trustee Dominguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
If there's space, number 1, yeah, because it's a small area that they use.
Cause last year we had how many students go, and it was nice, they really got recognized for students.
So,
Well,
Madam Chair,
these people can be students, my husband's always taking class.
No, but I'm not saying, no, I'm not talking about spouses,
Okay.
I'm talking about specifically
Yes.
how many students did we take, Dr. Linder, do you recall?
Was it there?
No, well, I think there's a lot.
Oh, yeah.
It was nice to watch kids, they got recognized several times.
Was it Dr. Matthews there?
2.
No.
Yeah, 2.
Yeah, can't do that. Okay,
At the front.
It was a good crowd nevertheless.
Yeah, it was nice. Very, very
Students
nice.
and the board.
okay, and the HLC in Chicago on March 21st, who is going to attend that? Okay, Rosalie,
And
Rolando?
Yeah.
Andrea? Richard?
Did you say yes? Okay.
So 4.
we can't go with this last.
So we have to post a notice on that one too.
Well,
Yes,
fine.
More than there's.
So, Dr. Martinez, just a clarification, I mean, not clarification, but just for a little bit of more information, there is a conversations with presidents and trustees that will be Saturday. So I'm not looking at my calendar right now, but we'll travel on Friday. And then there is an all-day, which we went to last year, all-day conversations with trustees and presidents that will be Saturday. And then we will most likely fly back on Tuesday afternoon. That's what we did last year.
Madam Chair. President, so it's for 4 days?
Is, so the official HLC meeting is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But they have and it starts Saturday. Actually, it starts Saturday night, starts on, and it's Saturday the 21st, somebody looking at her.
Yes.
Yes, but there is on that Saturday in the morning, there's an all day, but that's like a pre-conference and we pay extra for it, but I thought it was really probably very, very valuable.
Actually, that was probably one of the most valuable.
What I felt like, is that the pre-conferences are probably the best. That conference, the conversations with trustees and presidents was very helpful.
And then they fly out the day before. And they fly back the day after. So altogether, it's 5 days.
We flew back Tuesday afternoon. So we're gonna look at flights and we'll coordinate. Leslie,
Yeah, they're getting per diem from Vegas to the airport if they go in their own car.
Say that again.
You'll get per diem, not per diem, but mileage. And some of the meals are paid for at HLC, some of them are paid for. And the rest of them you'll have friends, you'll have per diem, but usually Dr. Linder includes all of us in the meals. And with the Uber or the bus or whatever, or walk.
Well, we can walk it.
We walked, hey, to the pizza place, we walked.
Yeah, but
That was worth it.
thought about there from the airport.
Oh, no. No, we're not walking over there.
So is Chicago pizza all that or not?
Oh, it's delicious.
Good.
Yeah.
You guys are just hungry kids.
Oh.
They're all
We're walking 5 miles, anything. Yeah.
And the beer helped.
But the college is amazing with the beer. The beer, the alcohol was not different. Okay, so that's 4 people. Now, the next one is dates for the BOT training and the BOT work session and trustee vice chair Portillo has been saying that she gets an email every day from Gerald Boney and so why. Because we have not taken the mandated training that the legislature put in place. So we need some dates to look at for February, even possibly January. To be able to do the training here on site so that we don't have to be at home on Zoom.
So what's the work session? How long is it?
It's not Zoom, it's not Zoom. It is like if you're taking an online course.
Well, we can do that on the smart screen, correct?
You would just do it on your computer. Everybody has to log in individually and everybody has to complete the work individually. So we need to be in a computer room. We would set you up with some IT support, but everybody has to do the training. You can all be in the same room at the same time. You can't do the training on your own.
What's the length of the course? And
10 hours.
it's 10 hours, so we're gonna break that up in. If we do more than 2 minutes, Jerry, it can't be more than 4 hours.
But if we choose to do it on our own.
You can do it on your own if you choose to do it on your own. So, but the request previously is that we would provide the computer. And that we could provide some assistance for help for people that are having it. So I did talk to the other presidents on Thursday. And there are some presidents that have already, not trustees, sorry, trustee. I talked to the other presidents and there are trustees that have taken the training already and completed it. And there was some confusion about, some people had some questions logging in to it's like a learning management system, like our Blackboard. It's not Blackboard, but it's a learning management system. Some people had some trouble logging in. Some people, after you finish each section, it's in 5 2-hour sections, 2-hour sessions. You have to take exams after each part. And then you get a certificate, and then you have to download the certificate, similar to what we do for FERPA, when we do our training that we do on campus. Is that you do a certification and then that shows that you completed that. So I will say that the report out from the other presidents is that it is challenging and that some trustees did struggle a little bit with the technology.
Technology on the uploading of that, there's a vendor.
Not uploading, logging in figuring out if there's a problem, getting to the next section. If you've taken online courses before, then you're probably fine. If you've never taken an online course before, then there would be somebody that Jeff's group that could help on and saying, okay, this is where you click, this is what you're doing, this is how you're doing it. Rosalie, that's it. Rosalie said that's what help you need a little bit, so.
I did smoke signals when I was in school.
So,
Madam Chair,
Send the nation and we'll discuss that.
yes,
my question to Dr. Linder, is there specific dates that we can take this, or can we, start?
so you could start it down.
Anytime?
So
On
what
your own.
Yes.
you can take it on your own and
You were supposed to have done it by
December 31st, but they didn't send it out until December 19th. So they didn't send it out till December 19th, and so there's some trustees that have completed it and some trustees that haven't completed it. But there are some schools that are trying to get a little bit more support. The other option is to set aside dates for the people that wanna have that training at that time. My understanding is that if you had a meeting, we would schedule it as a regular meeting, you would get paid it per diem. You would do a notice, it would have an agenda of board training as a work session, and you would do it together. But you don't have to do it that way, you can do it on your own.
Easier than posting them up.
Regular board meeting.
Why? It's a special meeting. No, we're not gonna be here 10 hours, we have to break it up. Who who can pay attention, who has the attention span of 10 hours?
I'm not part of the, not part of the.
Madam Chair, I serve in the Rio Grande, board, trustee, and, I just finished mine, 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wow, so you don't have to do it.
But I did all the, I don't know if they count toward it,
No.
I know that.
It's different for ATV.
That's fine, okay.
Okay, so don't do it
Yeah.
online,
Online,
yeah.
by myself,
Yeah.
12 in the morning till 8 in the morning, so it's
But-
pretty pretty.
Well, that's the question, because some people work, some people have to schedule, traffic schedule.
My problem is a little bit of a problem with the internet, you know, we have pretty good internet, but the vision.
So we can always provide a space that we could dedicate a space, Jeff, right? If we just said, you need to come in, we could definitely provide you with a computer, we could provide you with some IT support. And, but if we're not doing it as a regular meeting, then you would just be doing it on your own time.
Okay, so can we look at the dates, January 20th through January 30th, we said?
Well, I just threw that out there because you're getting daily emails about finishing it.
Right. What about the 27th of January? Oh, you already have a work session for 10 AM. What was that one?
The policy, the policies and then the finance policy. And you wanted to go over the catalog policy, and then there was one other thing, Leslie, so.
Would you be available, everybody be available January 27th to do the policy reviews?
What time, Madam Chair?
10 o'clock.
Also the.
We could say 9:30.
Or night.
Nine?
I go against you guys on academy.
Can you do 9, Dr. Dillon? Not more than 2 hours. Right?
I'd rather you can,
January 12th.
I'd rather do 9.
well, because we have to travel.
What if we split to 9:30?
We have a thing called a car.
I understand.
Come for me, the record.
No, I got you here.
For us that have to travel.
Okay, all right.
And thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so 10? We don't have to take a vote.
10 to 12.
That's
Okay,
for the finance policy, that was discussed in the finance committee.
and if possible, the dress code policies, any other employee policies?
No, the dress code board already.
Board policies. need to be
Well,
reviewed.
So board policies, hopefully we're finishing today.
Okay, but we still need.
Finance administration.
I think we need to spend.
Finance and what?
The finance and administration policy manual and the catalog. And I have copies of
Which
that.
the board
Today, so you can have it prepared
For that meeting.
Yes, so Leslie has handouts.
And I would like to go through the board policy for an hour maybe. Just to familiarize, I mean, there's some people that served on this board who didn't even know there was a policy, so we wanna make sure that doesn't happen again, so.
So you wanna add another hour to this, so now we're talking for 3 hours?
No, 2 hours should
It's
be
2 hours,
That's 27th.
the 27th.
27th at 10.
That's the proposal.
Okay, then from January 30th to January 20th to January 30th. I can't do the 20th.
I can't do Chair the 30th, that's wife's anniversary. I don't work.
Okay. What about January 20th? Would Friday be okay, or is it hard for Friday?
You can't be on Friday, just the.
The 30th.
Is that what you said?
He just said the 30th.
Oh, just not the 30th.
Maybe the 23rd, is that the one?
The 23rd, yeah. No, you can't? Yes, they, okay. How about the 21st? Which is a Wednesday?
This is something that I will not be present at, right? We'll have IT support. We'll have it be a meeting.
Okay, so
So
Let's do this. Let's do January 21st, if you have to come in to do it. That's gonna be for the online,
That's the,
the
Or-
HED training.
They're gonna do a specific time.
I think we better do, let's say, 9 o'clock. Try to get 3 hours in, maybe. Is that good with IT, Jeff?
Yes, we can work with your schedule.
Okay,
And thank you for this.
do you want to set another date?
and then probably have to be February, right?
How about a show of hands and school will be at the hospital?
I might, but
I will.
Let me ask you, with that term, can we,
probably March.
can we, attend the first session and then also?
Yeah, once you get, that's a good suggestion, that you might have the 21st, you get the idea, you see what you're doing, and then you can assess, and if we need to set another date, we can always set another date.
Or if somebody says they want to do 4 hours or 5 hours, they can stay here.
Yes, and then you can see how it is on there.
I like to work late.
So you could stay till,
No, I mean,
Or you're doing it at night if you learn how to do it.
Where we getting like our login and passwords and all that?
So
they take care of it, they send an email.
but I don't know if they've sent you an email yet, so we will need to arrange for trustee Behill and trustee Sandy to have Leslie check on that. We'll notify them. They'll send you to your board email.
Do we know who that's coming from, Leslie?
Yeah,
Gerald
Gerald,
Honey, H-O-E-H-N-E. And if you need help, everybody does need, so if you need assistance getting into your board email, then Jeff can get a person that can help you with that.
last one he sent was January 6th. And it says to be completed no later than December 31st. Give me a break. For newly appointed voting members during the first 6 months of their term. To current members, training is to be completed, well, we missed that deadline for sure. As soon as possible. The last email was January 6th. Okay, so he said 27th at 10 a.m. for policies of variety. And the 21st from 9 to 12 for the online course.
Or for the training and all.
That's when chairs are.
Oh, no, 10 hours now.
No, I understand that, Madam Chair.
There's no test.
Yes, there is a 2 hour segment,
Oh.
there's a test.
Oh,
You guys thought I wasn't listening, come on.
yeah. No, we'll start at 9, and whoever wants to stay and do some more can do more. Whoever wants, gets the hang of it and wants to go home and do it, they can do that.
Trustee Detail, do they have like sections, or it's just the whole thing?
No, it's sections, 3 sections, it's like 4,
And then we
and
do
then
it
you
now?
do the test.
Okay.
And then, if you don't get 50%, well, maybe you're getting this one, if you don't get a 50%, then we'll give you the certificate, you gotta go back and retake the test. As many times as you want.
That's how the school work on it.
That's what he did for real homes, so.
Okay, here.
Yeah. There's more.
Okay, the next item, then that's settled, right? Everybody wrote it down. The next item is discussion item, outdoor LED signs on LCC campus hill. We have been discussing as a board and individuals to purchase an LED sign similar to what West Las Vegas, Robertson has, from the elementary school, Mora for sure, and to put it up here on the hill. And, this is a decision that needs to be made by the whole board. So therefore, I asked Leslie to put it on the agenda so that it can be decided by the whole board. So trustee Dominguez.
Well, Madam Chair, I just wanna say that we've been in discussion, but the reason it was in discussion is because it had been brought forth by our constituents that why wasn't there information there? Why wasn't there a board president? That's all this came to light. It's not like we just brought it in there and did this. We did this because our people wanna know why. Everybody else has one, why don't we?
And the fact that things like registration dates could be put on there,
Expiration.
and information for students,
I
or
see.
staff, or community.
It's coming
So-
forward by the taxpayers. I have to support it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
And
I do have some additional information.
Okay,
Okay, thank you. This has been discussed, Dr. Martinez said, those of you that have served on the facilities committee, this has been discussed on the facilities committee about getting a sign on the hill. And, maybe a year and a half ago or so, we did get some unofficial quotes for what it would take to put a large sign on the hill. And the quotes that we got for that, because there's no wiring, there's no infrastructure there. The quote that we had got before was $250,000 to $280,000. So Matt Priego last week did have somebody else come out, virtual, technology was done signs for the schools. We would need a bigger sign than the 4x8 signs that the schools have, right? Because we have that. And so they were out last Thursday, and they confirmed that if we wanted to do a sign on the hill, that it would be between $250,000 and $300,000. Now, we talked about earlier, we have this tower that we just restocked. And so we did get an official quote, but we would still have to get other quotes to follow procurement. Is that we did get an official quote that we could get a 165-inch custom outdoor LED video wall and mounted and put it on the tower. And so I've been looking for the last several days when I drive up, would that be seen? Would it be seen from 65? Would people be able to read it? And looking at that cost would be essentially it's $72,400. And then there was an $850 quote for wireless for the cable and USB and all the wireless that would need for the network.
Would we be putting a magnification glass right there, right before it, so that people can see it? That's what.
So it's a 165-inch screen. And so it would not be magnified, and I don't know if you've been in the LRC. It's the size of the screen that we put in, we could look at that, but it's the size of the screen that would go in the LRC. The advantage of putting it on the tower is that it's already close to wiring. You wouldn't need to mount it, you wouldn't need to do all of those things of the construction for the wiring, the infrastructure for that. So, and again, this is something that we have looked at before. we are in a situation where we need to do something on the tower. I think in looking at it, to me, and it's your decision because you guys are taking this action, but I actually think that the font, the size of the screen could be large enough, you would see it when you're coming up the hill, when you're going on 65, it would be visible from 65. I did have Matt talk about, do we want to sign at the bottom of the hill where we have the park? Where we have the park, there is not, that would take substantial wiring and mounting as well. That would, it might change it a little bit from the hill, but the cost of it is not insignificant.
What tower is this,
So when you're coming up, you
It's a bell
see,
tower.
it's the tower right by the administration building.
Used to say LCC on it.
We did a re-stucco, and so we used to say LCC on the side. So,
Any other questions? Then do we have a motion? To at least begin the discussion and possibility of looking at prices, that sort of thing, locations,
Madam Chair, I agree with that discussion. Yeah.
okay?
like second that,
Wait, let me write the motion. So the motion will be to begin the discussion and, get more information in terms of finances. But at least to move the process forward.
Yeah.
So motion by Mr. Hill, trustee Hill, and a second by,
you know,
Trustee.
did you get all that?
Madam Chair, I just,
Go ahead,
before,
go ahead.
before we continue on the vote, I would just like to know that for 250,000. The price was in that range, which I can agree with, I don't even think is. Right, but I'm gonna just say that. Had they provided a model number of the screen size, is it gonna be able to be wireless connectivity? Is it wider? Is it easily uploaded with a keyboard? Is there specific software? Is there renewable software? Where are we at with this? I'd like a little bit more information, and I thank you, Trustee Mahee, for that intervention of discussion, because I don't know what's the issue. I think everybody just thinks everybody got FEMA and that we're putting out money like there's nobody's business, so it is what it is. Thank you.
so I did just this morning, we received the quote. And so right now, we're not looking at the specifics of that, right? We're looking at to be moved forward.
Yes,
It's important.
the motion is only to move forward, to begin the discussion, to collect information and to get financial information and location.
Yeah, I'd like to know more importantly, where the site's at, and if the scope of work is the same, or is everybody just coming and thinking that they can hand up binoculars to see a site there, or put
All of that information will be presented by Dr. Linder maybe in the February meeting with some different options.
I think this is part of the discussion, the motion is made, that's
Yes,
what's gonna be
yes,
brought to the table.
Yes. Did we thoroughly confuse you, Leslie Ann?
No, but are you ready for a roll call?
Yes.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Louise Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
yes, for discussion.
Trustee Andrea Sandy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Beadle.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes,
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Do you need any more information, Dr. Linder? Okay, sounds good. Next item, discussion item, BOT policies. Okay, I'm gonna go through these with you. Almost know them very well. I'll know you. Okay, first of all, page 16, Board of Trustees 1400 revised. All right, the revision here was one thing. The election, because the way it was written previously, there was an election held in February. So now it coincides with the regular school district elections. And everything has to go according to the Community College Act, which is the law in the state of New Mexico. Any questions for that? Only the items in red were either removed or added, and that was done by the attorney. Any question about any of this? This is on page 16 and 18. I don't know what happened to 17.
Or just 19.
That's the whole policy.
16, yes, but it goes
No, and
on,
then it goes on to this top right here.
right,
You know what happens, they edited out the signature line,
okay.
and so they.
Oh, right, it was.
So that's why it goes from 16 to 18.
Yes, there
Not
will be other
because
jumps.
17 isn't missing.
No, there will be other jumps as well because of that, I'm
Okay.
sure.
All right, because of the formatting.
Yes.
Any questions about 14?
You're gonna go, one at a time?
Yes, because there's only 4.
Yes.
Whatever. Okay, then, if there aren't any questions, do I have a motion to approve 14?
I'll second.
1400,
Yes,
1400.
1400.
I made the motion.
1400, yeah.
Madam Chair, before we make that motion, are we gonna be providing training on this?
Yes, that's specifically what I asked for the training meeting is to go through the policies.
To be transparent with the new incoming board members?
Yes.
It's,
Yes,
fine, and then, Madam Chair, with that, if there's anything that the board members find, newly or sitting board members find, are we gonna be able to make changes at that time? Madam
we
Chair?
will not be able to make the changes, but we can start the process of the revisions again, and then at a later date, make changes. So yeah, it's a living document.
It's a living document.
It goes on and on. There's things that are gonna change
I'm
and
just,
we have to be.
dumbfounded that all time been put forth into these policies.
What do you mean? They were revised in 2001.
17, I believe, so I just, curious, thank you.
Some of them. Okay, now, second. Louise, Louise, all right, we'll call Leslie Ann.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes,
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Cortios.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Hill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
a motion passes. Okay, now 1450 basically was only the format. Oh, am I correct? That the act, nothing was taken out, nothing was added, but the formatting was changed. We're on page 18. And this goes exactly with the policies of the state of New Mexico that pertain to community colleges. What we can do, what we can't.
So, I'm sorry, 1450 is not up for discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just how it could be.
Oh,
That's something to nineteen.
I didn't hear it. Yeah. Okay, 1455.
Yes.
1455 pertains to the fact that their trustees can attend electronically, both for regular meetings and for committee meetings. The old one had no mention of anything to do with electronics. Not even phone line. So,
Well, this also plays something.
Madam Chair, if I may,
These are old.
you stated, just a minute ago that this is a living document. Nowhere in here do I see this, I don't know, my eyesight is bad, but does it state in here in this policy that board members will reach compensation over 4 hours? And that should be stated in there because that is by procurement, Madam Chair.
but that isn't a policy that the board works on, that's by the state.
That's by the state, but it's compensation for the board of trustees, so it should back it.
If you follow
Does that make sense,
you
Mr.
follow
Chairman?
what the state says, if we have in here that you follow the reimbursement by the state, so for meetings over 4 hours, you're compensated according to the state.
45 to $90.
I don't remember, but you are, so that is currently in the policy.
And if you need clarification, Justin could give us clarification. You need clarification.
No, I think I know my position, but
And the other thing that wouldn't be in here either is mileage because it's changes.
It just went up.
Can change.
it just went up 3 cents, 5 cents.
Yeah.
I'm gonna drive a Ferrari for next year.
But the policy, the state policy was different. It used to be 24 hours before you could get per diem. When I worked with state.
So right now, we do, in the policy, it does state that if, depending on the length of the meeting, that the per diem changes.
So do we have it in here, Madam Chair, or do we need to add it, because we will abide by state procurement? Is that good representation?
What did you say, sorry?
It's a matter.
It's that right here.
Trustees shall be paid per diem and mileage as provided by the law, chapter 2 and article 8, which is the. Right. In the interest of time. Okay,
That chapter 10, article 8 is a per.
that is the law.
Is it state by state? Okay. Take your word for it.
And MSA is New Mexico state, only New Mexico statutes.
That's what I mean. Maybe I'll just- Thank you, Mr. Zucker.
Okay, so do I have a motion? To approve 13, and a second?
Excuse me.
Yes,
Second.
go ahead, we're still in discussion. 13:55.
I got it. I'm here. There.
Correct,
And I say, sure.
roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillos. Secretary Mark Dominguez. Trustee Andrea Savvy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And,
Lower 21.
okay, now we're on 21, page 21.
That was.
Missed it.
Very. Good job, you learned that.
That's the acronym word. It's not.
I will get.
Okay, this one pertains to the board agenda. And the reason this was changed is because the board agenda that we follow and what the agenda of the policy handbook was. So we just align the agenda with, and it continues to page 22 and 23. We align the agenda with what we do now. So you see all the strikeouts and the additions, that is the agenda that we use now. Any questions? Some of them were just changed. One of them was executive session because it needed to be flexible in positioning. Because at one point it was only at the very end.
Is there another number, Madam Chair, that goes to, that pertains specifically to emergency meetings? Because we're striking out that we do not need to report to the Attorney General's office, and this is written someone else down.
There's another section on emergency meetings.
There's another,
For the whole, we've already done the first.
We approved it. We approved it already. I don't remember what policy it was. I don't know what you did with it. Any questions about 2100?
I got it.
Then do I have a motion
I'll do it. I'm so.
and a second? Okay? Roll call?
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillos. Secretary Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy.
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill.
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
And the last one will be over 2100, I thought we had to do 2200, but we already did 2200. So now we're going to 29. So 2900 and 25 and 26 and 27 and 28 and 29, and it's about board member ethics and conflict of interest. So on 26, there is nothing. Oh, by the way, here's the per diem.
Oh, wait.
Yes, there's.
Wait, I'm not sure, it starts,
They don't start 25.
Sure, bam.
It's 29. 25, 26. 27, 28.
2900.
Page 26 doesn't have anything that we need to add.
No, but we're not.
Oh, 26 was,
2900.
yes,
Okay, so we need to start on,
okay, 29.
where does the 3,000 start at, Chair?
No, don't worry about 2,000, we're only on 2,900. We're on 2,900.
Not according to our agenda.
That's just the one page, correct? The
2,900 on the revisions.
Starting on page 25.
Okay, the only other additional item was on 28, when, the board, you, included censuring another board member, and that was prepared by the attorney.
Where's that at?
Page 28. It's a lot to absorb. Particularly when it affects us personally. Do we want?
Was that?
Yes. Do you want to approve it, or do you want to table it until the next meeting and be able to thoroughly review?
Thoroughly review it.
You said that last.
I reviewed it last night.
Okay, I would say, let's just, okay, I reviewed it myself as well.
I'll make a motion.
Prove it without reading.
Well, thank you, we're not supposed to have read it.
I didn't last night.
It was read last night.
I'll make a motion to policy 2900.
Okay,
Second.
then we have a motion and a second.
Second, I'm sorry, was, again,
Luis Portillo, and the second was Andrea.
Okay.
29, and that one, I said is 4 pages long, so. Mainly it talks about censuring, it talks about, ethics for board members. And you go, so now, a vote,
Madam Chair, Donna Phyllis Martinez.
yes,
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
yes,
Secretary, Mark Dominguez.
Yes.
Trustee, Andrea Sandy.
yes,
Trustee, Richard V. Hill.
Yes.
Trustee, Rolando Medrano.
Yes.
Trustee, Rosalie Ortega.
Yes,
okay, 3,000 is consultation with legal counsel, and I think the reason we added this is because it only had the president may communicate, right, Mark? And so we added board chair and the president to communicate with legal counsel. It says board chair or president shall submit the same to the legal counsel of the college for the appropriate answer, which answer shall be made in writing and transmitted with the president to the board. Or from the board chair to the board. Any questions about this?
no,
Okay, then do we have a motion
Motion.
I'll second.
and a second? Right? Done. Yay.
Woo-hoo.
I'll never have to see these again, and so, such small, font and so many lines.
But if I may, do we, I know we've gone through all this, but do we have a, manual that's gonna be combined?
Yeah.
So we can,
She's going to put together one, just like we had previously, which I think might be, is it here? Yeah, this is what it used to be. So she's gonna put it together to look like this.
We'll go over it on the 27th.
Like two things familiar with them.
Yes,
And can we receive that, Leslie, prior to the 27th?
Yeah, you will.
As soon as I have it, please. Thank you.
yeah, there is.
A roll call?
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes,
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes,
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
trustee Andrea Sandy,
Yes.
trustee Richard Behill,
Yes.
trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, next item, President's report, Dr. Linder,
Okay,
that's on page 31.
yes. Okay,
And if you could just.
I'll just do scan.
Yeah,
So, you have my board report starting on page 31. And, I'm happy to answer any questions. Probably the biggest things that are on there, I'm already gonna talk about. The communication plan and the, resolution for the emergency funding for the State Board of Finance. There are a lot of other updates. It does give you a legislative session update on page 32 of the requests that we have gone forward with. I have reported on this previously and talked to, I think, most people about that. And then the housing situation we'll discuss separately. And then I did put some information in there. I think everything else that's in there. We have also all my direct reports starting on page. What page? Starting on page at the bottom of page 34 are report outs from, maybe not there.
let me interject here real quick, on page 34, it has all the information
On the training.
on the training.
Yes, thank you. So the information on the training and what will be covered and that information is right there. I do want to just point out that we have really consistently been having articles in the optic and out on social media and doing that. Okay, so where the individual reports start is on page 37. So you can see my direct reports. And they each give sort of bulleted items where they provide, starting on page 7 with the allied health. And so just for your knowledge and looking forward with that, each director then provides that information for each area that they oversee. And that continues on to page 40. So that's another late night. If you want to try to go to sleep, you can read that.
If you want to be involved,
To sleep. So, are we ready to go on to the communication plan?
Yeah.
Are there any questions about my report?
okay, the question I have is. Feasibility on independence, and that's on page 31. Okay, and this probably requires some explanation for the new board members, but the feasibility study, which was on HB2, was proposed by the governor through the Secretary of Education that Luna should not function as a community college, but instead be merged with Highland University. Wait, by the time, okay, this is what the intent was at the beginning. By the time they submitted it to the legislature, it was changed to where now it only said, doesn't even say independent community college. It says possibility, a study that would include information and data as to how a college could be transitioned into another college. Right?
2-year college to a 4-year.
2-year college to a 4-year college. Doesn't mention Luna by name. It did at the beginning, but once it was turned into the as part of House Bill 2, but that means there was no one sponsoring the bill. The bill came from the governor and the HQ Senate. But it changed, and I think that change came about from the LCC. Right? Came about from someone. They recommended a change. Which I think was the LCC. Okay, so this is incorrect because it says to determine if Luna should continue to function.
So, Dr. Martinez, I will say that you and I met with Secretary Rodriguez last April.
Right.
As a follow-up, last April, and what she told us, she confirmed that the HB2 did not specifically name Luna.
Right.
it went from a 2-year, but she informed us in April that Luna would be part of that study. When I met with Secretary Rodriguez on December 16th, they were supposed to do the study in last year.
Right.
They are reauthorizing the money so that they can use the money this year. And what she told me was, we will not be the only school. It's not that they're specifically just targeting, this is actually going back, trustee Vito. This is conversations that have gone back for many, many years about whether independent community colleges can exist. This is not a new discussion, but when we met with Secretary Rodriguez in December, she confirmed that Luna will be part of that study. So we won't be the only school, but we will be getting a study. And I told her that we were totally prepared to provide whatever information that we needed to provide. So this is not, and so the language in the bill does not mean it. I know, the language doesn't mean, but when we met with Secretary Rodriguez in April, and when I met with her in December, she told me that Luna will be included in that study.
So what it says, to study and support transition and administrative costs for state-funded higher education institutions. Doesn't even say 2-year, 4-year, but who knows what they're gonna put into the HB2 or support as a bill. And that's for your information.
So Madam Chair, President, thank you for meeting with the secretary, but so do we have there's this institution, another institution, have a plan to work together to lobby to see why you want to do this, to lobby against it?
It has to do with two communities, well, Mesa Lands mainly, because of the situation that it puts itself into financially. And Luna, because of a lot of different reasons. I'm not really prepared to discuss at this point, but we can discuss it in the future. But anyway.
Interesting conversation. Okay, I just wanted so we could, lobby our representative, our senators.
And we did start to do that, but with the addition of new members of the board of trustees, we certainly can up that part of it.
Can I say one thing about that last year? And so the governor's budget recommendation came out at the beginning of December, right? And it specifically did name Luna. And I immediately, as soon as I found out about it, I did reach out to all our representatives. We didn't have an official lobby, but I did spend a lot of time last year talking at the legislature, talking to our representatives, advocating. We made it very, very strong, positive display at the higher education day and different things like that. So we did absolutely, even though we did lobby for Luna Community College, we did lobby for what all the community colleges do. And so I do believe that that is why the language changed in HB2.
So, Madam Chair, President, so the governor's budget came out, and our LCC budget came out. Were we in that budget for this?
We're in all three budgets.
Okay.
But not specifically Luna.
No, so sorry.
Our budget,
our
our operating budget, but you're referring specifically
referring to that.
to this.
Okay, there is no language about any transition because the money was already appropriated and they're asking for a reauthorization.
But there's no language.
They submitted the reauthorization.
It went from $1 million to $750.
It's exactly the way I read it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure, so I'll myself represent the board. That's what I do on that is.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next item, any other questions about that?
No, you guys care if I don't.
Next.
Thank you.
Next item, President Linder.
So thank you, Chair Dr. Martinez. And what you find on page 41 is a communication plan that was adopted by the trustees at the December meeting, and the executive committee felt like since we had new trustees coming on board, that I should just highlight just a few items on this. And so what you're seeing on page 41 is a summary of essentially how the president communicates with the board. And so this wasn't formally adopted, and it's broken out into 4 basic parts. The first part is formal reporting and strategic updates. The second part is strategic governance and collaboration. The third part is stakeholder engagement and responsiveness. And then the fourth part is communication protocol and channel management. And so I think I've already talked, you already are aware of sort of getting the weekly update and my monthly board report. It does, what we did change is that I am now sending the weekly update to each board member. So not just to the chair, previously the chair,
Yes,
previously the chair,
used to get it and
and then
distribute it,
distributed.
but then I asked you to include everybody.
Yes, so that is the change with that. We are doing, I would like to discuss, and probably in the interest of time, we don't want to do it today. But I would like to discuss sort of our communication about our monthly board packet, just in light of this, is there a way there are software applications that allow board members to just get all their information. If we gave each trustee a tablet or an iPad, you can have that all up, and then we're not dealing with all this paper. And we're not, and so that could also be a training thing. I've talked to Jeff about that. And then if there are changes, if there's updates, then you have an iPad or a tablet, whether, you know, whatever you would decide. And then we're not mailing the packets. We're not worrying about whether you get the packet in the mail or not. And so I do think that that is something that we should consider. A lot of boards use this. A lot of other community college boards use this. Then you would just bring your tablet and all this information would be on there. So I don't know if anybody wants, if you want to think about that or not. Typically, we have given trustees laptops. Most of the trustees have returned their laptops. The question came up with whether we were giving, I know we talked to the new trustees about whether they wanted a laptop, whether they wanted a tablet. I know that people have some challenges in terms of logging in and getting communication. We are committed to making sure you have that information, but a lot of boards, there's just a software package that we would have to purchase. And it would just upload that, and then if there was a change, you would have all this stuff, and then it wouldn't be handing out these additional, if there's revisions or that sort of thing. So we could discuss that maybe at the next meeting or something, thinking about that. So on the second page, it's really talking about the strategic governance and collaboration. And really, this is talking about really between the board chair and the president planning the agenda and planning, and just sort of giving updates through the board chair. The third part is stakeholder engagement and dealing with if there are specific issues. So if previously, the previous communication plan that I think that was used with the previous president did call for monthly meetings with each of the representatives. I don't know if that ever happened. I have not done that.
I don't know when this one came about. Never had a communication plan in the last year and a half.
Yeah, we got one from Edward, and I shared it with her. No, it was one, and it was
I mean,
one pager.
it was a plan.
Yeah, it was a plan. And I shared it with Dr. Linder. And I thought I shared it with everybody.
This wasn't approved at the last board meeting.
Let me see that paper.
This was approved at the last board meeting. So the current, what we approved is that if you would like to meet with me,
I don't know if it's.
then you could we'll set up those meetings, just working through Leslie. Or you can call me, you have my cell phone number, text me, whatever. Take me to lunch. I'll take you to lunch.
There it is, look.
So the last part, okay, is probably, this is really to establish clear communication for efficient handling of institutional matters and adherence to governance responsibilities, okay? And we'll talk about this a little bit more for the new trustees of the overall role of the board. But trustee to president communication So direct communication with me, it can go directly to the president or it can go through Leslie Ann. All right, so this is to ensure that I am immediately aware of any critical concerns, issues regarding any strategic input or matters. If you hear something in the community, then please contact me immediately, contact Leslie immediately. You have my cell phone, you can do that. If there are issues that are brought up.
So that would be without alerting the board chair.
Trustee to president, that is what we approved.
I can approve it, but I
Stakeholders that on the agenda.
wasn't here, but I didn't vote on it. Go ahead.
So anyway, so trustees can bring constituent staff, student concerns to the president's office. The president will then personally handle the matter or delegate it to the appropriate operational area for resolution. This is to maintain clear operational boundaries and ensure the president manages the institution's response to complaints and avoiding individual trustees from becoming involved in the day-to-day operations and personnel matters. So this is, if you have an issue, it needs to go through the president's office according to the approved policy. All right,
So what you're stating, President Linder, is that the board should no longer talk to people with complaints, whether it's an employee or. What if this get approved?
I'm not even sure I saw this picture, I didn't see what.
This is get approved.
all formal requests,
We talk to the chair talks to the president, there's an issue.
all formal requests for information, policy or meetings will be routed through the board secretary to ensure proper documentation, tracking and efficient responses consistent with the board's records policy.
It is in the nation.
Are there questions?
We need to approve this,
No, we moved it in December
we approve this part.
That's what-
and we have
that's what I
approved
had.
everything.
All
That's what I had.
four pages.
Madam Chair, can.
It can go back and you can change
I
it.
don't like, I don't
Thank
like
you.
that.
I'm
I don't like that part.
Sure, I'm sorry, not that part, whole part. Yeah.
No, I.
We can't come in and get it happen.
But it's that part I don't like.
So,
Well, what my problem is, I have a lot of people that call me, on
Yes.
that line. But they call me and they have concerns, and when the concerns come to me, that means they're not being taken care of at over level. And that's a problem that I have, things need to be taken care of at the level that they arise, without having to go to the board.
so I agree 100%. I agree 100%. However, I am absolutely in favor of any concern that you get from constituents should be routed through my office. It is not fair to me as the president to not know about an issue. So I'm not saying you can't talk to whoever you talk to. But if there's a concern, I'm asking you to come directly to me so that I can deal with it and that I can know about it. So it really puts the president in a very, very difficult spot. If you are going directly to the employees, that is not.
I never have done
If I'm
that.
not mistaken, okay, wait, can we back up and go to what it just for me, because I don't know. So what was it?
There was not a communication plan.
There was not any.
There was one approved in 2021 with Dr. Martinez,
That I never saw.
and I had a copy of it and I provided her with it, but
I
I
did
didn't
not
have
provide
it.
Madam Chair, or what are you waiting for?
Reason, rationale number 280.
Mainly because I thought we should have some kind of communication.
There was not no communication in the last year and a half, and now you want communication.
Are you saying that I didn't have communication in the last year and a half? I've provided weekly updates for the last year and a half. I've provided monthly reports to the board. I've provided committee updates every single week. I have provided a committee update.
We will.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought what we followed before, if we had any concerns, we went to the chair.
I thought that was our,
Yes.
I thought that was our
It's
respect.
back to
amongst the board.
the board now.
Now you're trying to take care of-
Said that, I'm not right, I'll have to go back.
And we've done that, I've done that for the last 4 years, I
Right.
never, I don't know.
Whoever the chair was, yes.
Whatever the chair was, I've always followed protocol.
Yeah.
With the chair, and then the chair, and you correct me if I'm wrong, Councilman, but hasn't that been?
So I will, can I just go back and we can actually look at the recording from December and clarify? Because Mary Frances Bibb took the minutes in December. And there may have been a change on this part that we did not catch in the minutes.
And we don't really need to do that. All we need to do is put this back on the agenda for the February meeting.
Yes.
And review it.
Yes.
That's it. That's it. We don't need to
Yes.
go back and see. Well,
I'm not concerned with that.
there's nothing set in stone that we cannot revise.
Right.
All right.
We need to make a motion on this or no?
No, I'll just put it on I'll ask Dr. Linder and let Pam put it on the agenda for the February meeting, and then we can discuss it more full.
Thank you.
Okay,
Madam Chair,
yes,
could this be brought up, in one of these training sessions, just,
the communication plan.
discussions?
Yeah.
Those are, thank you.
Okay, so this is what you have in your hand that I'm passing out right now. Is a revised memo regarding the governing board approval. And so one of the things that I put in the memo that you were given in your packet is that we were getting more information on estimates on quotes. And so this was asked for by the State Board of Finance. And so,
So maybe for the new board members, do you understand?
no, but I'm gonna go over a little bit more, but what I'm saying is that this memo that I just passed out is replacing the memo that you had. Because the amount changed.
Okay.
So the amount and the quote changed, okay? So let me just go over this a little bit for everybody so that we know. Is that,
Page 44, right? Is it?
Yes, page 44, yeah.
so we did last August
And
when the students were displaced. We immediately started looking at immediate housing solutions, sort of intermediate solutions and long-term solutions. And we immediately started working with different people at the state to see what other different options that we had. And we have been in the fall meeting with people from the state, looking at different options, looking to see, is there a solution that we looked at Legion Park? We did look at our housing, we did look at our facilities on the physical plant. There was nothing that we found that could give us housing starting in August of 2026. We have to have housing in August of 2026. And so any renovations, whether it would be on our campus or whether we would have looked at the Legion Park or whatever we were looking at, to make any renovations, that was not feasible. So we started looking at modular housing. This is something that actually, Coach Crush, Athletic Director Crush, has suggested with Justin. They started looking in August at a lot of different options. What all the different options that we're doing. We had meetings with the DFA, with the Higher Education Department, with this, with Howie Morales, the Lieutenant Governor. And so we did look and we initially had a quote to lease temporary housing. So in October, we had a quote that we had gotten to lease the modular housing. I talked to the board at that time. And then we said, well, we need to start looking at some other options. All the other options that we looked at, Justin, right, were only purchase. We only found one option for leasing. We had talked to the state about leasing. And that is still not lease from that one company. The cost of transporting that modulars from Texas to New Mexico and getting them so that they would meet the requirements in New Mexico was pretty high. But we did look at all of those options. And in all of the options that we looked at for modular housing, we would be responsible for the maintenance and all the upkeep. And so the feeling was that we didn't really, the leasing option, that was what we were thinking initially, but the leasing option looked less advantaged. And so we are trying to figure out, so when we were meeting with the state in December, what we realized was that if we wanted to get, so the question really came down to the state saying, does this constitute an emergency? Are we in an emergency situation? That's really the question, right? Is that are we in an emergency situation? And the determination was that they felt like we could make a good argument to apply for this funding. And it's non-recurring funding. And so in our meeting that we had in December, we were told then if you get a proposal in, you put in your proposal, you put in the grant application, you then are on the next month's agenda. And there is money that is currently in the non-recurring, they have a set amount of money. I did not necessarily think we were completely ready to do it for this January. However, they really encouraged us, given the time, to put it in. So we put in an application on December 23rd at about 11:48 p.m. And they did accept that and we are on the agenda for this Thursday. And I did contact them on December 23rd because I didn't know this until December 23rd, let me say, is that it did require a resolution by the board. I did not know that ahead of time. And I apologize that I didn't know that ahead of time, but I didn't know that ahead of time. So I reached out to Director Leach, and she said that as long as the board was aware of the situation, which I let everybody be aware of the situation, and if we could put it on the agenda today, that was acceptable. All right, so we just have to have it before the December 15th. And so we have increased the amount from the original 2.193 up to 2.787914. They asked us, the board asked us to get try to get estimates in quotes, right? So that was a very short turnaround. They emailed me on 4 o'clock on January 2nd, and I had to have the answers by January 7th. So, and we got most of the answers on January 5th, but getting the quotes and trying to get more. Jeff worked on that, a lot of people, we had emergency meeting, we did that. So what I'm asking the board, I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I'm asking the board to turn over and look at the resolution. And so again, what you're saying is where we experienced sudden and unforeseen student housing emergency due to infrastructure limitations beyond the college's control, rendering previously relied upon housing arrangements unsustainable. And whereas the New Mexico Basic Needs Consortium has identified that 63% of LCC students are housing insecure, a crisis exacerbated by the severely limited local housing market following the Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire. And whereas providing immediate student housing and meals is essential to the basic needs and academic success of students who represent a critical vocational pipeline for healthcare, nursing, skilled trades in New Mexico, rural and new statewide workforce. And whereas the Board of Trustees finds the timely access to emergency funding is necessary to avoid adverse impacts to student retention, continuity of workforce development training programs, and long-term access to higher education in rural New Mexico. Now, therefore, be it resolved by Lynn Community College. And you know what? I didn't change it on this. That's my fault. I did this late at night. I didn't change it on the back side. I only changed it on the front side. So we would need to change that before any signatures are done. Leslie, did you see that? That's my fault. Approval of this request of funding for emergency funding, type of the funding requested. And so it authorizes the submission of the application for the emergency funding at the amount of 2787914. Further authorizes the president or her designee to adjust the requested amount subject to the State Board of Finance review and approval based on final bids, cost estimates, and eligible expenses. And actually, if they did award it, we would have to go through all the regular procurement process with that. Details of the emergency. The emergency is defined as the immediate lack of safe, accessible housing for students who must relocate to attend in-person programs threatening the health, safety, and academic continuity of the student body. The purpose of the funds will be used for site preparation, utility extension, foundations, and the acquisition and installation of modular dormitories to be available by August 2026. So I also when I did include in your packet a little bit more information and photos that start on page 61. And show, that information there. We did look at so I think I could be wrong, but the R19, I think Justin was. R19, I think was the R number, they are certified if they're on a concrete slab. They are and are anchored, they could last for 50 to 100 years. So the State Board of Finance has asked us, could we consider this as permanent housing? We did request money, in December. I can't remember what date we submitted it, December 6th, for a feasibility study. To do a feasibility study and look at the long-term housing. That is a non-recurring request that we haven't heard on about funding yet. So, I would need to change this resolution to, but it does say, or whatever amount, right? So, but the application for on Thursday, it does state the revised amount, because we provided that additional information to the state.
Madam Chair.
And this is not 28 persons, but double that.
No, we would buy 3 units to have housing for 84 students.
Okay.
So was this, solely just for houses?
Yes,
So it has nothing to do with like getting somewhere for food and.
so we have a cafeteria and the culinary arts, and we are prepared to provide meals.
Okay.
We're prepared to provide meals, and so we provided a proposal to the state about meals. And so our culinary arts program and our Luna Eats program has done that. And so the challenges, and we did do some cost analysis on that, we've been looking at cost analysis with the whole team, is that we would need to, we would have to provide meals. So we've talked to San Juan College, we've talked to a lot of it, but we would need to provide meals, and Christino and Crystal think that we could do it.
And that actually was already done when they were at the Super 8. Not full meals, but.
Right, we did do that for a period of time, right? We did do that for a period of time. So they have put in a budget request, part of their FY 27 budget request is expanding out, that we would have to buy new personnel, but any operational costs. So what we tried to do was include non-recurring requests in this. We would be responsible based on the revenues and that we would get to covering the expenses.
One question, President, or Madam Chair, if I may. I understand in the previous meeting that we had in the informative part of this, getting it to door. There was Texas, and then what was the other state that built it? And I'm pretty sure Albuquerque built them.
We didn't find we did not find, well, we did look at Zia. We looked at Zia, modulars. So we looked at Zia manufactured homes. So we found manufactured homes on that, yes. So there are these, and I think I provided.
But they do not make the.
Modular, sure. We did not find a New Mexico-based company. Now, what?
Capital.
I would check on that.
Here's the reason I'm saying President, is because Texas is gonna state that they're gonna be more expensive, because they have to adopt to our rules. So New Mexico, if we get a New Mexico-based company, they already understand our frost, and whatever area they're gonna be putting a frost line, our wind structure, and our moisture structure and content. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we had conversations about that, trustee Dominguez, and those are really, really absolutely legitimate concerns.
Those are the most important concerns, because we can't put a student in a thing that's gonna blow over and then.
So these would be anchored, and this company that we proposed. And we still could look, if we got a better deal, we have not procured it, if there's final things that we're looking at. We did extensively look for companies within New Mexico. This company, Palomar, does already have housing in New Mexico that meets all the guidelines. You can't install, you can't get building permits unless it meets all the guidelines that are required for New Mexico. And so and it comes with air conditioning. They are single, this is different than the double rooms that they have at housing at Highlands. These would be single rooms with a Jack and Jill bath.
And you have a picture there.
I do, I have a picture, yeah.
Well, you're in your,
And I did, in the packet that I did send on, in the weekly report, I did actually provide the spec sheet, I provided the life expectancy of the stuff, and I provided more photos. Go ahead.
Are we still calling that, temporary housing with a possibility of going back and getting more monies to build a permanent, structure?
We'll get those when they're building anything already getting these.
So we, right now, because we've already asked for money for the feasibility study, what we would do is actually, we need to complete the feasibility study, right? And if we determine whether what we could do, is it make more sense to keep the units that we have, that we purchased, if we get funding for it? Or does it make sense to build a more permanent structure? That would be part of the feasibility study. That's a good question.
Yeah, but we gotta want to go in there and ask for monies for a permanent housing when these are just temporary buildings.
They're not temporary buildings. They aren't temporary buildings. The life expectancy of these buildings is 50 to 100 years.
I've seen these buildings stuck around the outside, and there's a lot of stuff that, temporary
Yeah.
permanent, so.
Exactly.
I mean, I think it would
Even
be
siding,
feasible to get these and then spend very little money making them permanent, they're already on the foundation. I mean, I don't see, building a whole structure if we are limited for this.
So it would give us some time to actually show the state that we are, that this is something that we could manage. It would give us time to, if they're gonna do these different things. I agree with you, looking at that. I did have, I took some photos of the places that we're looking at putting these on campus. And we are getting some drone video today of that for the presentation on Thursday, but we're looking at the space past Allied Health. There's already actually some foundations over there. It's very, very flat. We also could put it where we demolish the building and then the other place, and that would be part of the engineering, is determining that, is looking at that. So I will say that when we put together this proposal on December 23rd, and trustee Sandy can laugh about this a little bit, but we had to provide, these costs. And so Tanya and I put it into ChatGPT and said, in Las Vegas, New Mexico, how much would it cost to do all these things? And that's where we got the original amount. And then we did reach out to several different people and got some more closer estimates and realized that we had underestimated drastically, right? And so I'm not surprised by that, but what we had to do was make an additional effort to try to get that information. The State Board of Finance also has said we may need a survey, there may be other costs that we need to do with that. It's a lot to do in 6 months.
Madam Chair, for me, two last questions. Are we gonna need to assess the property? And more importantly, what was the reason for it going from 2.1 to 2.7? Just the cost influx or the?
So if you, on the original, thank you, trustee Dominguez, those are really good questions. On the original memo, which is on what page 40, what did you guys say? 44. So if you look on page 44. On the original memo, and then look at my memo, page 1. Originally, we had said site prep was $87,000. The new revised, including foundation and structural anchoring, is $292,161. The utility infrastructure and extension, we've now estimated, these are not formal quotes, we did not get quotes for this, right? We've estimated $115,000. And the new estimate is $207,500. Now, again, we would get quotes, we would do all this work. Foundations and structural anchoring, we said 75. I just included that in the upper one. We added IT networking because we would need to give IT support and all the wiring and the wireless because the students would need wired Wi-Fi and we don't have the infrastructure for that at all. So that amount, actually on those, we got quotes for the networking equipment and then estimated for the plateau, I think, line, right? Is that right, Jeff? And then we also added purchase of door furnishings, which we had not included, on that original.
Yeah, the purchase of the dorm furniture was 283,000.
Yes. So that is why it's higher.
I still feel that we're, I think, undercutting ourselves, Mark, on site preparation and foundation, I think we all know that concrete, the price of that's probably not even gonna. I think we're still.
Well, and that didn't even count the cost of labor, is that the other thing is that it did not, I think that probably was an amount for, it didn't really adequately count the cost of labor.
So my question is can we still up that amount?
Well, more important
Yes,
is that's like,
because the application says on the amount, and so we, that is one thing that we can look at, we're presenting on Thursday, we've gotten as much money as we requested, but we could definitely request that if it's higher than that. Now, other things, we've put in some, for the housing, we did get a formal quote for the furnishings from 2 different places. And so we haven't gotten a third quote, there may be a less expensive way to do the housing, the furnishings, there may be some other things like that.
Other
President,
questions from the board of trustees?
President, that's a preparation including foundations and structural anchoring. Does that include I'm not talking about plumbing and heating or any of that. Does that include leveling,
Yes.
marinating the unit? Plastering, if they need to plaster the inside of the walls. Does that include that?
Set up, plastering the inside of the walls.
Well, yeah, they bring those modular homes, I don't know if you've ever been.
They set them up.
I used to set up.
They said, no, I have not actually done that, but I've spent the last 6 months, yes, they will set it up. They will do all the setup, and so, but I am not doubting that there may be additional costs that we may need, and so. I will say that I
Or
think
maybe
that,
even less?
Director Diego did reach out to James. And he really can't provide a quote, right? So we did we reached out to every single local contractor, and I reached out to another person that had reached out to me before about providing housing, so. This has been a very quick turnaround, I don't know what the State Board of Finance is gonna say about this, if we think that there might be other costs, could say that, we wanted to up this a little bit, if we can get a little bit more firmer costs, and we could definitely talk about that at the hearing on Thursday.
I just would hate to get that amount and then,
Not have
like,
enough.
yes, and then not be able to. Now we have these buildings sitting here, we don't have, like you said, the inside done or completed because we miscalculated. And I understand that there was a short period of time, I just feel from what I do, that it is kind of low. On the low end as far as site preparation and foundation, concrete, stuff like that, it's expensive. That's almost that cost.
Trustee Vigil, comments?
I just have one, on the furniture, did they check with the local vendors? From your phone view?
So we have, and we could potentially do that, right? So what we did was we actually reached out to 2 vendors that are used to supplying student housing for these kinds of units. And so we definitely can look at that, and these are just what we put together for 2 quotes. When we would go to purchase this, if this is something that somebody could do locally, then we definitely, we actually use local vendors for a lot of our local furniture already. And appliances and different things that we've done. So this is not committing us
To anybody or anything.
right, and it is not actually even committing us to Paolo. This is not committing us to a vendor right now. This is committing the amount of money.
Trustee Mandrano, comments?
I'm already.
Trustee Ortega?
Yes, when this was presented to, buildings, facilities, Dr. Leonard was there, I couldn't imagine, the figures that were on there, and I kept questioning that, so I'm glad you're upping it. I still think we need to go higher and justify it somehow, whether it's set up or whatever, because still the numbers are very low, and that's a lot, the pads, the compaction, not to mention all the wiring and plumbing.
The other option, we have.
All the buildings are completely wired. And we do, and so, but I agree with you, and we can talk about that, and we did. As soon as Monday morning at 8 AM, we started reaching out to try to get quotes from local contractors. And actually, I will say that I got the information on Wednesday afternoon and one local contractor could not put anything in, right? But we immediately reached out to local contractors. It is a very short turnaround time, and people are also hesitant to give us any formal quote if we haven't done an RFP. Right, and so that is the other thing, is, and if we're gonna do it, if we're gonna put it out for invitation to bid, but our timeline is very, very short. So one advantage of the Palomar modular homes is that they are on cooperative agreements. And so we would not have to go out to bid for the homes. We could go out to bid for the site prep, for all of those things as well, but if we really want to have everything in place, and I did reach out and talk to the mayor and talk to Harold Garcia, I talked to PNM about, could we do this in this amount of time? Could we get the electricity that we need? Could we do all this stuff? And it is a very short amount of time, but they think that we could. But it is not, it does mean, and what I told facilities is that if we do this, if we get the money approved, it is moving full speed ahead, starting on Friday. Right?
Are you still projecting 6 months?
It's the 6 months.
Projecting,
Yeah, so we think that we can do it in 6 months, but can we do it in 5 months? I don't know. Can we do it in 4 months? And we don't know what the State Board of Finance, we don't know that they're not gonna come back and ask for more information. We don't know.
I just want to say that we need to prepare, I know that everybody wants to do things locally, it's gonna go through RFP, but I will say that. Pretty much any local contractor right now is out right here. So, I mean, with that being said, local's gonna be really, we may have to farm this out further. I just want you guys to understand that coming from a business owner, we are out a whole year from now. So, I think looking at these numbers and upping them in case in the event that you guys, we have to pay Saturday price for a contractor to come out or whatever, we need to, I think, adjust the prices, so like say a little bit to kind of give us a little bit of.
But the good thing is that we're not mandated to just go by that price.
I don't have the humanitarian, more importantly, humanitarian, please subsidize the one price. And it has to come back to the board, or it can be requested and it'll come forward.
Right.
It can come before the board.
All we're doing now is approving the memo,
Yeah.
the request, that's it, we're not doing anything else.
I have one more suggestion that comes to mind. Jim Center Construction in Santa Rosa did all of the modules that are at the prison.
And for.
And it was done in emergency basis. They went in there, they put the slabs on, all of the plumbing and everything, and he would be a good person to talk to. And now they have the cement plants as well. But, yeah, so.
Jim Center.
Construction. In Santa Rosa.
And we will strike out that name forever that you brought it up. No, it's okay.
Well, I know because he did the paths over at the prison and they were up in no time.
Yeah.
And then have room to put a lot more out there.
So I need to get a motion.
Don't move that.
I make a motion.
We can. Discussion action item, resolution memo, emergency operating fund grant. This, recommended motion is to approve resolution 2026-001. Supporting Luna Community Colleges, NM, DFA, SBOF, emergency operating fund grant applications. Okay, Leslie Ann, where is she?
Marty, I go to that.
Pressure break, there's no grant.
Yeah, probably can hold it.
Richard, do I have a second? Okay, we'll have to wait for her then.
You might go sit in your chair, Mr.
Yeah, and just take notes.
Stretch.
Thanks, you guys, so signal. One big son.
And Henrietta, in the meantime, run up here and just,
Ready for showtime?
yeah, right after this. So you can prepare yourself. Ryan, are you gonna take the minutes?
That's need me to, I sure can.
Thank you. He's better than. Yeah. I don't.
Right now. Yay, you're right.
Don't be sorry.
Sorry, I need a second.
You're good.
Don't be sorry.
Where are we? You had a motion in the memo. And the motion was made by trustee Richard B. Hill. And the second was by trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Thank you.
Now we just need a vote.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair Louise Martinez.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes, for reserve.
trustee Andrea Sandy,
Yes.
trustee Richard B. Hill,
Yes.
trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, the motion passes. Next item, Dr. Henrietta Romero, Vice President of Academic Services update.
I think it's afternoon now, so I'm gonna say that.
I don't know. You haven't had lunch, have you?
A week of that place.
That is-
There's papers, yes. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Brian is handing out some supplemental documents that I'll go over, for my report today. Just hold on to that. I'll explain when we get there what you need to look at. So no worries. Don't worry about trying to figure out where we're at. I'm gonna try to be as quick as possible and go through the necessary items that you folks would like to hear about, given our time frame for today. I do wanna say that we had a very good success in December. Larry Price and myself finalized and completed the NC Sarah renewal application with the state of New Mexico and the NC Sarah, in order for us to continue to offer distance education programs in other states. And so we're approved from January 2026 to December 31st or like January 1st of 27. So we're really excited about that. We also are gonna have the Santa Rosa High School be using the wood shop with the MOU that we just signed in the fall semester with Santa Rosa School District. So they started going in actually yesterday. I had a phone call with folks. The Santa Rosa schools called me and said, "Are you ready?" I said, "You're ready. Show up to the site. Our folks are ready to let you in." And so we're gonna see how this week runs for them, and be able to try to support them in that process. They're gonna start loading in all of their equipment and their materials. And so we're really happy to have them utilizing the space, at the Santa Rosa satellite. So, hopefully things go well with that, but I'm happy to report that that finally started on Monday. So as of yesterday.
Who's your instructor?
So, I believe the instructor is Mr. Moncayo. Don't quote me on that. It's in my email, so my apologies, but I don't have it for you right at the moment. I worked with Keith Mays. He's the CTE person over at Santa Rosa High School. So we've been working with him and the superintendent through that process. So he's working directly with his faculty. I haven't met his faculty member just yet, so my apologies if I don't have the name correctly, but I can get it for you, trustee Ortega, if you like. The other thing that I would like to mention is our office also goes through a successful end of semester in service for our faculty and our staff, but for winter break is to get folks ready, making sure that they're paying attention to the assessment requirements that we have for core reports, gen ed assessment, and all of the things that needed to be done. And so we had a really good participation rate, about 58% of our faculty filled that out prior to us leaving on winter break. So we're now working on the process of getting the ones that weren't submitted so that way we can have a better reporting process and be able to finalize that report and hopefully have some stuff ready for Sierra to work on, in addition to all of the other assessment things that she's focusing on for us right now. We also, for the very first time, completed our first winter intersession. In the fall semester, it was held during the winter break. So yes, shout out to the faculty who taught for us during the winter intersession. We had 4 courses. We had a pass rate of 79%. I think that is absolutely amazing for our very first time offering an intersession, which was super intensive for a 2-week period for students to get some credits, not only in their programming, but also in gen ed, and to be able to utilize those in their degrees or potentially transfer them when they're done. So we're really excited about that, and we'll be looking at exploring in the future if we're gonna institute another fall intersession, a spring intersession, and potentially a summer intersession. I wanna see 3 semesters of success
before we decide to institute it year-round. So happy about that as well. We also finalized the rollout of the first day complete process, which is the bookstore agreement that we have with Barnes and Noble Corporation. What it means is that students will have access to their course materials on or before the first day of class. Over 70% of our materials are virtual electronic materials and not print materials. And so shout out to our faculty for such a great job. The academic directors as well, during the adoption process, they had a really short window and timeline to be able to get that done. They worked super, super well with the bookstore to get that done. So books are now embedded into their Blackboard site. So students will be able, for the virtual option, be able to see that. And then other students can either ship their books directly to the bookstore to themselves if they have print materials for their courses. So with this being the first semester, we still have some time to determine whether or not we have some success, but more on that to come in the future, and we'll see how that works out for us. At the end of December, before we left on winter break, I also participated in the Data BI project. For those of you who are not aware of it or haven't heard of it yet, this is a way for the institution working with CHESS and the Workday SIS implementation and Campus Works for us to develop a more informed data structure and culture at the institution. And so we had a lot of great things that came out of that Data BI meeting. I know that they mentioned to Dr. Linder how wonderful of a team she has here at the college with all of the folks that met with the Data BI team. So they told her, no pressure, you have to keep them all. So, it's super hard to do that. But we are excited to have participated in that, to be able to try to focus our efforts as well in the future on being more data driven with our decision making. And I'm working with the Allied Health and Public Service Department as well as for us to be established the CNA testing site. We were contacted by an organization that works with the New Mexico Healthcare Authority, which is DNS Diversified Technologies. Right now, students who have to test for CNA have to go to Albuquerque. And so we have a lot of folks in our service area and in our region here around Luna that would be able to benefit from us being a testing site. So hopefully that's going to come to fruition, but it is in the very preliminary and early stages of conversation. So when an update is available about that, I'll provide one to the board. We are also preparing for us to present at NM here. So we submitted a proposal, the Assessment Academy team submitted a proposal regarding our current assessment progress and the work that we're making with our HLC Assessment Academy enrollment that we have that's associated with our accreditation, and hopefully will help us with that. So we look forward to presenting at New Mexico here early in March. And so hopefully once we're back, we'll be able to have an update for the board about how that went. We haven't solidified the conference team just yet, but the whole entire group submitted a proposal. And so we're trying to finish that up and hopefully get that all done the end of this month. Things are crazy, of course, with the second day of school and semester starting. So we look forward to providing more updates further about that as they come. I do also want to say thank you to everyone who has been associated with through the process since my arrival in August on the Attain transition, to our on-staff and our on-ground financial aid team. That has been a really wonderful progress, and we appreciate the support of the board to be able to extend us in September, to be able to get us through the remaining of the fall semester. I think the training and the work that's been happening with our AVP and with our current staffing that's on site has been absolutely phenomenal. The experience for students has been improved so very much, and you can hear it, see it, feel it if you're here on campus every single day and by talking to students.
You haven't heard it, so that's good.
Yes,
I'm happy to see that we actually have bodies.
we do, and we have great folks in the financial aid team, so I think we're gonna continue to be sustainable. There is gonna be an ongoing training process, obviously, if things are going as they learn how to work with each other and do the best that they can for our students, but I think that that's one of the awesome things. I will say this may not be significant to anyone, but we did come in $140 under budget from what the board approved in September. So there's $140. I know it's not much, but I was happy that we were under budget. The board approved the $60,000 extension, so we're glad to be below that. The other thing is the students in auto collision program, we now have the ability for them to obtain ICAR certification. And so that is an industry standard for automotive, collision. It's not the same as ASD, so it's a little bit different. But we're really excited because students can get as many ICAR certifications as they would like for collision, which also makes them a lot more marketable when they leave here. So they get that ICAR access in one of their courses that they start in the auto collision program, and they get to keep that for a lifetime. So they pay one price, it's a lifetime, and then they get to go through all of the certifications at any point that they would like in order for them to be certified in specific areas. So we're really happy to report that about our auto collision students as well. I do want to talk a little bit about the Skills and Solutions Expo. So what we're doing is we're planning in the springtime. We don't have a date settled just yet, but what this Skills and Solutions Expo is a showcase of our students' talents and educational opportunities that they've had here at Luna and how they will be benefited from those things going into the workforce. It's almost like a reverse career fair. So what's gonna happen is students are showcasing themselves to potential employers and partners to be able to be employed. They'll have resumes, they'll have letters of interest. We're gonna be working on getting students some support for them to generate their own letters of interest and resume prior to the Skills Expo. And then we're gonna invite local businesses, local vendors, anyone who might be interested in hiring our students or even other institutions who want to recruit them to their programs will come as well. So we're really excited. It's gonna be the first of its kind. We're very preliminary in discussion about it, so my apologies that there's not more detail to provide you, but as we continue the planning process, more information will come, so folks are aware of what's going on when that event is gonna happen on campus. It is like a career day type thing, and it's in the reverse, right? So like career fairs are typically where students come in with a resume, and they're talking to a potential employer, and what'll happen is the employer's gonna come in and talk to our students. Be like, what's your experience? What do you know? What are you learning? All of those kinds of things to make them ready for the workforce and could potentially garner a job off of that skills as well.
Possibly in the future doing like a career fair.
We're just not in the position to do that just yet. So what we wanna see is a little bit of success and sustainability. First in student services and then within our students. And so this Skills Expo is gonna be kind of a preliminary foundation thing for us to see if that's gonna be successful for us as well. Career fairs, we want to be able to participate in those things and have folks come to our campus, because one, we want potential employers to see Luna, we want them to engage with our students and our faculty and our staff that's here. We just haven't had that in quite some time, I think probably since COVID. So with those things, we hope to be able to get back to that.
And it's just an employment opportunity. I had one question.
Sure.
One comment. You forgot to mention the wastewater and wastewater certification classes that are gonna begin in February. Hallelujah. We're saying February 2026, not February 2028, like was previously.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that comment. I had not forgotten, I haven't got to that point in my report, so thank you very much for the reminder.
That's the first thing on your report.
It is the first thing on my report, however, I wanted to take the necessary time to be able to cover that.
Okay, the other question I have, or a comment that I have, in my experience being in the schools, I don't see kids being bused to the campus, very, very few. The campus, the outreach has to be Luna going to the schools, that's the only way to get our name out there, and that's the way it used to be. I was principal in Peñasco, I had Luna, I had New Mexico Highlands, I had UNM, I had Northern Trash. Everybody coming in to visit with kids, and that's what has to happen. That outreach has to be for us to go to them. It's very difficult to bus them over here.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that comment. We are making outreach to the school districts. We have done that in the fall semester. That will continue after registration is done and completed for the ad drop period. So we have been making that focus. We know that school districts have a challenge in getting their students bused here, so we are going to them. We have done that in the past, so that is not not happening, it is in fact happening. Because we do wanna make sure also that we meet the students and the schools where they need to be met at.
All right,
So really quickly, enrollment for the spring 26 semester, we started off pretty low. I would say probably right around 562. And as of this morning, we are at a 12% increase and headcount is at 600. Now, one of the things that you do have that I provided for all of the trustees is this one-page document that shows enrollment by district. Know that this is an unduplicated headcount. This was right before I got the 600 number, so my apologies that it shows five. This was the handout that Ryan provided to you in the supplemental documents.
Yeah.
And so just in case folks wanna break down by district, I wanted to provide that to you as well.
Quick question, Dr. Romero, in the past. We used to go to Pecos, we used to obtain Pecos students, is that in the works?
It is happening, yes, thank you, Secretary Dominguez.
And you don't have it here, but I'm assuming that you were, in terms of Mr. Ryan, or you didn't put it in here, but my understanding is there was some outreach over there.
There is outreach over there, so we are in fact working with them, yes.
and look at this, more.
Will we- Okay. So it's gonna be getting students from Pecos, like used to, or that's just gonna work?
So I think what's happening with our relationship and how we're going back with, the relationship we had with Pecos is we're trying to reinvigorate that, right? And support what they need, and we wanna make sure we're being helpful to them. They're not gonna appear on a student statistics by district, because they're gonna fall under the out of district number, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not being serviced. So I do wanna say that, they are in fact being serviced, we did have outreach from them, they may have some students that are enrolled. What we didn't do with this report is we didn't break it down by student geographic location, so like based like on their address, right? That's a little bit of a challenge to get done and to be able to find the unduplicated headcount and do all of those things, but yes, to answer your question, trustee Dominguez, we are in Pecos. We are back.
Thank you. I just know because we used to get, at least one bus for sure here to the college
Yes.
when I first came, but.
Or would they be listed under out of district?
It will be on the district now.
Thank you for that, Dr. I apologize, I just wanted to, before you continue, I wanted to catch you on.
No problem, thank you. So the,
I'm sorry, Dr. Romero, Dr. Romero. You were talking about the programs that you're gonna have, like, seminar to bring employers in, so they see the students. Have you thought of, since the students are already in class, sending those students to the employer? So they can get actual on-hands experience?
so some of our programs, thank you for that question, trustee Vihil, Madam Chair, members of the board. Some of our programs already have that built into their program, whether it's an internship, it's a seminar, it's a practicum, some of them already have that. And then some of our students already are in the industry, some of them are just trying to enhance their skills in order for them to either receive pay increases or have the certifications in order for them to do that. So I believe that we do have a relationship there already to be able to support that in some of our programs. In some of our programs, it may not necessarily be there just yet, but that doesn't necessarily mean that's not something that we could look at in the future.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Romero, but, yeah, because a lot of us, going to the homes, campaign, that was a couple of issues that were brought to me. That maybe the students, that's actual people that own the system, brought to my attention. You see, if, student could do like a memorandum of understanding, so student could go and work with that actual, if they wanted, like, I'm saying, automotive or construction, you know, building trade. That's what I want you to see. That's why I brought that concern up.
And the schools actually have that in place, it's called jobs. Forgot what the acronym is, but the school district itself places kids in the community, doesn't include Luna at all. The way it is funded by the workforce development.
So I'm going
Maybe
to
that's
participate
something
in
that,
one of those as well.
maybe that's something that Luna could look into to get the funding.
Well, I think that particular funding that you're talking about, Dr. Martinez, is restricted to K-12, so it wouldn't be eligible for post-secondary. But that doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't an opportunity in our programming to be able
Or
to do
dual
those
credits
things.
be, possibly could be included, I don't know. Anyway, any other comments? Go ahead.
I have one.
The other thing that I wanted to talk about really quickly that Chairwoman Martinez wanted to hear about is the water and wastewater courses that are coming to us in the spring. So we are strictly only considering at this moment non-credit. That'll help us be able to garner already qualified water and wastewater trainers and instructors to be able to come in and train people for water level 1, 2, 3, and 4. And so we have to start at the lowest level, so water and wastewater 1, then you go to water, wastewater 2, all of those kinds of things. And so when we have the full schedule developed, because it's not finalized, I don't want to share any information that would, not necessarily be ready for public consumption. But we are looking at doing that end of February, beginning of March, for the non-credit. This is also a good way for us to be able to see if it's better for us to continue in the non-credit world when it comes to water and wastewater training versus going through a credit-bearing program. We will do the same thing with the well drilling programming. What we're doing with the well drilling is we're waiting to hear from some local businesses and potential instructors to get back to us to be able to try to get a schedule going between the spring and the summer semester.
So I know, it's a non-credit, then they're just going through the training, and so then they have to go to the state to get certified.
No, they would be certified, they would be certified also. So if they came to Luna and they did that, because their instructors are certified through the state, they would automatically get the certification as well. So if they're in a water utility authority or in a water authority right now, and somebody is telling them, hey, you need to be water, wastewater 1 or 2 or 3 certified, if they came for that training here and they did that with the instructors that we have in the non-credit world, and the workforce development that we're doing, then those potential students who pass those particular courses and get their certification also receive a pay increase through their employer, because the water and wastewater comes with a monetary increase for those people.
I'm not sure if you were present when my constituent came to ask,
And it's very.
and he has asked me several times.
We're paying millions of dollars to a company that's just
And it applies to all
Reiki.
kids.
Reiki.
So with regards to that, that's the update for the water and the wastewater. As more information becomes available, we'll be happy to share that in the board report as well as in the board meeting, to be able to let folks know how things are going. We are also continuing to advertise in all of our workforce and community education programming as well. The other thing that I wanted to talk about really quickly is the community education process. We've switched to our modern campus platform, which has easier simplified enrollment for our students. I know that there may have been misunderstanding about the cost for courses for community education. I want to just be very clear. We are not charging the Luna tuition rate for community education. Community education courses estimate roughly about $11 a week per student. So it is nowhere near what the per credit hour tuition cost is at the very moment. I know that this transition to modern campus and how we're doing this and working through the schedule and working with instructors is a bit of a transition for the folks that we've worked with for a really long time. I encourage folks, if they have questions or challenges, to please contact our director, Karen Torres. She is willing to work with all of the folks who have questions about it, how to get enrolled. If you're an instructor who wants to teach a community education course and you have the credentials to do that, please also reach out to her. I think that it would be a great opportunity if we can expand what our catalog looks like in terms of community education offering.
So you would like me to forward the email that I sent to you, Dr. Linder, regarding the concerns of the more on-site and possibilities to Karen?
No, Dr. Martinez, I actually have some questions for you about that after this meeting, so.
Okay, there's one more thing that I needed to ask you, and that is about the filters.
So this
You're
is,
referring to,
I am referring to that.
yeah, I'm referring to that filter. $11 a week times 8 weeks would be $88.
That's right.
So I'm gonna give you a phone number of the individual that called with me. So that maybe you you said you would pay for all their. Please call.
I don't know, I think they're all dressed their situation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Garcia, I appreciate that.
They're
I
not
will
getting
definitely do that.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me be clear about how this process is working for community education. So we are paying the instructor, right, a certain dollar amount depending on the qualifications and certifications. So there's not as like specified, oh, someone gets $35 an hour or anything like that. It is dependent on the qualifications and the experience of the instructor. We are providing them with the facility. We are also providing them with our equipment that we have to maintenance. We are also providing them with some supplies and some storage space for their particular course or class that they're gonna host at Luna, whether it's here in the main campus.
Machines belong to them.
The sewing machines belong to Luna.
Oh, okay.
That is our equipment and we have to service it. So if it goes down or something isn't functional, that's something that we have to handle. And so even if it's the $11, per week per student, I wanna remind all of us that we still need to make sure that we are receiving some form of revenue from the community education process. We need to be able to offer community education courses to our community members that are available to them. But in order for the institution to remain sustainable in a community education program, we cannot only break even.
Golf course is never been on.
That's a whole other topic of discussion, yes, sir.
Same concept, but I'm just saying. So Dr. Romero, do we charge currently for that office, for that space, how should I address it? The space for the quilting, do we charge currently for that building for that instructor?
Yes, we do. Yes, they do not receive the facilities fees for
Fee per semester.
it is a monthly fee through the semester.
I would guarantee that for the building.
So we
This
can,
semester, next semester, or whatever the case may be, if I die tomorrow, my kids will come to bed.
we can have a conversation, thank you trustee Dominguez for that offer, we can have a conversation about what the concern is.
I'm not trying to get my grandma to get guilty, so.
But I understand.
Let it be very clear to anybody that's listening, I am not trying to get my grandma, my aunt, my mother, my anybody coming, let me be very specific on that, I'm just saying. If that's what the people look for in our community, they have paid taxes forever. And I would hope and wish that people would come forward to help our elderly people. If that's the only thing they have to look forward to every day, is a little bit of company and a little bit of exercise that they get to and from, then so be it. Then this board should be so lucky to have those people come into the community college to do so.
And in fact, one of the comments from some of those people was about the mill levy. We are paying taxes, they said. We are being assessed a mill levy. We should be able to use facilities.
And I agree on your point as well, Dr. Romero, that it has to take in some, I totally agree, I see both sides. But I want to help the people that have paid taxes in our community thus far. I don't know anybody my age that's quilting, something were to happen to me, I would gladly take it up if that was my only help. I promise you.
Thank you for your comments.
What would be the legal action on that, because I don't think you can pay their tuition.
I'll get a donation from somebody, I get somebody to pay it.
Get somebody to sponsor.
Oh, that's right, I get somebody to sponsor, I can make 4 phone calls right now, I get somebody up here within half an hour. That's a guarantee.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Material.
Trustee
Yes, so I'm-
Dr. Romero, thank you, it's not that we're putting pressure on you, but you gotta remember that the seniors, and I respect them, because I don't have my father anymore. But if I could do anything for them, like Dr. Lewis, I would do it. Say that again, say that again.
Doctor,
Say that again, sorry, let it be heard. Thank you, so, sorry, I'm almost done. So if you could get the board, and I know you have plenty on your plate, but also a little more, with the board approval. More or less do the cost for like, Dr. Luis, for how many seniors come to here, to the institution?
And what is the cost for the building and whatever they need. If you could get us that, it's like Richard Dominguez, Trustee Dominguez was saying, and the board chair and the rest of the trustees. I think with all our knowledge and people that we know, I think we could get, not ourselves, but we could get, so it's not a conflict of interest or anything. We could get other companies, we know a lot of people that are willing to do anything for senior citizens. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Trustee Portia?
Madam Chair, can we go ahead and put this on the agenda for next month so we can have a lengthy, discussion on this? I think we need to move on.
So on the agenda, then we will expect a report with, maybe even not names, but numbers of people that are interested, so somebody might have to do some outreach to see who's interested. The amount of money it would take and the amount that each individual would have to pay. I don't know how many of you.
Then several last question for Dr.
And anything else would you like me to ask her to provide the report? Just the numbers, the amount of donation,
How much?
and, the cost, because we're saying we have to pay for the, if there's any way to break down the cost, that would be helpful.
I'll already
Yeah,
have
the
as
machine
much as I
service
can.
once a year, once a month, whatever.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Miller.
Yes, probably, list two of the materials that they need. And possibly we could get sponsorship on that, if it's material, yarn.
So are you talking about just the specific quilting class?
Just
Because if we're talking
The
about,
only request I had was the full details.
Right now, yes.
Yeah. So, I had the other request that I sent you an email about, but that's a different issue.
Bailey. You made it right.
sorry, I ran out of it here.
Dr. Romero.
But not in just that.
Dr. Romero's on it, she's.
I'm trying to decide if I go on to the senior.
You wanna take the class?
And then Dr. Romero, you also, you might want to make double check on the anti-donation clause, if it's gonna be complicated.
Yes, I will definitely do that. That's the reason I indicated to Secretary Dominguez, we can definitely have a conversation about that. And if, you know, there is sponsorship, then we appreciate sponsorship, but we'll figure out how that needs to work and the logistics of those things. So I'll be sure to have a full report for you guys for quilting on
And
it.
understanding that the legal opinion has to be requested by Dr. Linder or myself, not the recording.
I heard conclusion of the report, Madam Chair, I just had one question, and I don't know if it relates to Dr. Romero, Dr. Yes, I almost Dr. Romero as well, but he was knowledgeable and he's about it in the past, so I would like. Maybe it's reworded or it's been.
Go ahead.
Dr. Romero, in the past, Mr. Montoya used to report to us on what the community college uses as a scorecard, which is, tracks retention, graduation rates, and success in development of courses. Ivy League schools use, an academic index, which we're not an Ivy League school. Will there be an upcoming report on our scorecard? I know Mike was very on top of that religiously before, and is it pertinent to our institution now, or have things changed? And I would like some either clarification or some education on it, for you guys to educate me on it, because I would like to know. I understand that our pass rate on 79%.
Yes, the pass rate of 79% that I indicated was for the recent winter intercession that we piloted.
And that's great, and I think, does that reflect on the scorecard as well?
It does not, because this was a pilot. So because it was a pilot of 4 courses to determine whether or not, what we wanted to determine is if were students gonna be successful, right, in that very short condensed semester. A lot of other institutions offer an intercession like that from the fall, spring, and summer terms. Because we had never done it before, we wanted to start with a minimum number of courses. With some courses we know had some very, very intense rigor in them as well. And then being able to see whether or not students were gonna be successful.
If I'm not misunderstood, I believe the scorecard needs to be was on the internet before, for when people would register, and it's kind of like a grading tool for the school, but maybe Mr. Montoya or yourself haven't put that forth because you haven't compiled enough information or data to back it, so that's another reason that it's probably not put forward yet, or I haven't heard anything about it, am I wrong?
So I believe that our college scorecard is in fact on our website. I'm not gonna say it's easy to find. I'm gonna say that first. We are required to participate in college scorecard for a variety of different reasons, for Title IV reasons and for administering veteran educational benefits to our
Veteran,
military affiliated students. And so I can definitely check on that for you, provide some information for you at the next meeting, and then give you an update as to how often that information changes. So you know when to expect a report from us about it.
no hurry on it, Dr. Romero and Mr. Montoya, I just know that he's still on top of the game, but he was on everything before, and I think it's valid for our institution to have that report out there and whatever the school does to the school. And maybe you guys are compiling stuff, and I'm sorry, I'm not, or add more stuff, you guys know you guys are very busy, you guys have done an amazing job, and I thank you for that, and I thank you for all the hard work that you, Mr. Montoya and Mr. Ryan, and more importantly, our board secretary have done, and all the staff here doing it well, but I more importantly want to thank the students for coming to the community, to doing what we're doing. So thank you, that is my reading, but.
You're welcome. Really quickly, just before, we move on to the next item. Mr. Montoya, do you have anything to add about that?
College scorecard is listed on the bottom of our homepage with a link to it. It is updated annually through our annual IPED report. Our percentages, everything is up to date as far as where we need to be. Our next reporting cycle will be coming up shortly, in which our departments that are required to submit information to the report have already begun to work with Denise Gibson to ensure that the IPED report is submitted in a timely manner.
And I was just asking her if that is to do with the IFS, but that's the basis of it. Which we are required to do, right?
Thank you, Dr. Romero.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Montoya.
you,
Appreciate that.
Dr.
Everybody's a doctor, so.
And we'll be sure around this time of year in the springtime to be able to include information about the scorecard, so you kind of know that the cycle's coming up and you know where to find it. We'll give you at least an annual update at the beginning of every semester, so that way you know where that information is.
We see what we see, right? Sorry, but ultimately, we don't really look, so if you have to put it, almost, I call an apple, I'm sorry, but if you put it forward for us and tell us, it's amazing because it's recorded, there's minutes, it's out there, thank you very much.
Is that the conclusion of your report, Dr. O'Meara?
I have one more item, but I can go over it pretty quickly. I just wanna say, I know, that there was a concern that had come to my office about pass rates for level 3 students in nursing. I wanna just cover the fact that, a couple of things. Level 3 students had a pass rate of 82.1% in the fall semester. And so if students, or if there is a situation that might come up about grading and all of the things related to examination and student success models and those policies and those things, I have provided for you a sample syllabi from one of the level 3 courses. And I also made sure to indicate grading, student success policy, and the testing procedure within that program. The other thing that you've been provided with is the nursing department handbook that also covers the progression policy for students, exams and grading as well, and the student success model in a visual format for you to see how that works. I do also want to say that one of the things about our nursing program, which makes it very different than a variety of other nursing programs in the state, is the fact that our nursing program offers intervention strategies that are built in for all levels of our nursing students, which includes a retention specialist, remediation, weekly mentor meetings, and the student success model, which I just pointed out exists in the handbook, and in meetings with the instructor either during or outside of office hours. All faculty in the nursing program have office hours posted for their students. If their students can't make those office hours, those faculty make accommodations for our students depending on their schedule to be able to support them. And I really do want to highlight the fact that we are trying to get back to 80% or higher pass rate on the NCLEX. So we're working through that and had some challenges last year with some tests. and students that were not successful, but we are working through those things with additional remediation and the other information that's necessary for students to be successful. Now, there is information that I can provide with that is related to specific student progress, but I do want to say that the rigor that is associated within the nursing program continues to be at the highest level in order for us to continue to receive our ACEN accreditation as well as accreditation through HLC for that program. And I will say that Luna continues to maintain their high reputation when it comes to us being one of the most highly sought after nursing programs in northern New Mexico.
Thank you so much for your report. Next item, did you have something? Next item is Vice President, Executive Director of Finance. Dr. Shields would make you wait 3 hours. I would have thought you'd have.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for your patience.
Oh, always.
What tree is this? But then we would be looking for it. Okay, these are the manuals that we're looking at the next.
Yes.
Oh, except that top, that's it's part of the sheer floor. So we can put this, the bottom spot. Well, I'm sorry. See that way they give you a backpack. All right. How back? All right.
You might need 2 backpacks.
Yeah.
We're recording.
Go ahead and begin, Dr. Shields.
All right, thank you, Madam Chairman. Chairman, Associate Trustees, first of all, for the new trustees, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Dr. Gerald Shields. I'm your interim Executive Director of Finance and Chief Financial Officer. And today I'm presenting the finance report. I'm pleased to provide a comprehensive and semi-annual financial update for fiscal year 2026, stemming from the Finance Division latest review. This report offers a critical assessment of our financial standing and operational performance over the past 6 months, highlighting key areas of focus and progress. Our detailed review encompassed several critical financial components designed to provide a holistic view of our financial health and operational efficiency. We have conducted a thorough analysis of our budget to actual performance, ensuring alignment with our fiscal responsibility and identifying areas that require attention. We also meticulously examine our cash balances and recent deposit activity, which is crucial for maintaining liquidity and operational stability. Furthermore, the review delved into the specifics of cost center budgets and obligated commitments, providing a granular understanding of our department spending and future liabilities. Managing aged student receivables remains a priority, and our report includes updates on collection efforts vital for revenue optimization. And we also scrutinize expenditures related to accounts payable, payroll, benefits, and professional services to ensure fiscal prudence and efficiency. Scope of this update extends to procurement activities, evaluating their compliance and effectiveness, and incorporating insight from the fiscal year 24 audit, addressing any key findings or recommendations. And finally, we have assessed the financial implication of operational impact of current staff shortages across the organization. An important action term requiring your approval. We had originally submitted to the Finance Committee the Finance and Procedure Manual. To my understanding, we're going to table this and look into more in depth of understanding that policy, which I highly recommend. I think it'd be beneficial for all. Thank you for that, Dr. Shields. Yes, sir. Starting with our fund balance and cash management overview, our current liquidity position remains robust.
reflecting diligent financial stewardship. Below is a summary of our consolidated cash holdings across our primary banking partners as the latest reporting period. Starting with Community First Bank, we have our activity account and we have $116,862.01 as of December 15th. The general account had $4,161,515.06. Payroll account, $235,753.83. And our investment account had $2,003,046.20. Under Southwest Capital, general account, $1,227,917.17. Investment account, $1,002,871.71. Recent deposit activity. This deposit is the activity between December 1st of 2025 through December 15th of 2025, totaling $14,160.74, reflecting ongoing operational inflows during that period. So our total cash overall is $8,747,965.98. As we move on to budget to actual, this update is a comprehensive overview of our financial performance as of mid-December 2025, reflecting our budget to actual position. Starting with revenue performance, our total revenue for mid-December stands at $6,268,217, bringing us to 43% of our approved annual budget income budget of $14,681,704. When combined with our robust beginning fund balance of $6,109,049, our cumulative operating revenue has reached $12,458,266. We're pleased to report that the key revenue streams are performing as anticipated or even exceeding some projection. Tuition and fees have successfully met their 40% projection target for this time period, demonstrating consistent growth and collection. State appropriations are tracking ahead, achieving 53% of their target, which provides a positive outlook for this significant funding source. Notably, auxiliary revenue has significantly surpassed its rather modest approved budget of $25,000. This exceeded exceptional performance indicates a strong demand and successful initiatives in our auxiliary services. And we may consider reevaluating in the future for that budget, making it a little bit higher. A critical outstanding item, however, is the mill levy revenue totaling approximately $1.2 million, which has yet to be officially received. Our finance team is actively monitoring its status and working to ensure its timely recognition. Going on to expenditures overview, turning our attention to expenditures, of course, we observe unusually low spending rate of 34% against our approved annual budget of $18,812,007, which is great. With current expenditures totaling $6,304,787, while fiscally conservative spending is generally positive, this rate is notably anticipated operation levels for this period in the fiscal year. Most key line items that remains below 45% of the allocated budgets. And we note the higher utilization rates in our auxiliary, which is 65%. This is because it has not been distributed among a lot of the requests from other different departments. Athletics at 52%. That, of course, is because they are beginning their fiscal year and the preparation for the whole year, so it reflects a little bit higher. Our internal review of accrued expenses and pending budget purchases has identified significant bottlenecks in the approval and execution of budget items. By that, I mean there's a lot of budget request that comes in that has exceeded the budget line items, that requires some transfers by some of the senior budget managers into some of the various different budget lines, which would correct the situation. What I would like to go ahead and direct you to is now the actual financial report that you can look at yourself, and you can review the various different line items as I was sharing with you in the report to the budget to actual. Okay, if we wanted to move on to our cost center. And you see that we have, we're really maintaining our annual pace that we expected. We have a few, what I call hiccups, where we have identified them in red. I'm prepared to address any concerns that may be of any of those line items.
All I can say, Madam Chair, all I can say, Dr. Shields, is that I'm very content with, the finance team and its operation, and, very content with yourself. I think the finance committee has attributed to that, and I think, and work together pretty good, so if you have any recommendations or things that can better us as a whole, we've always been that open in the committee, so I'm open as well.
Thank you very much, Chairman Dominguez. I'm
Okay.
finance chair, I'm sorry. I was
Culturally shocked right now, just shocked everybody.
I was not trying to promote you and
Thank me at the end of the day. I would love to thank me at the end of the day, but love you still, thank you.
Okay, if I can go ahead and move forward.
Trustee Mendoza, you have a question?
Yes, sir.
So those that are in red, are those indicating that they will be below the budget or the roll could be?
No, they're exceeded, really. Yeah, and some of it has to do with benefits that, was not, included in their budgets, and so we have to make some adjustments as to be. And then some others that, will also take some.
That's a normality, and I don't know that the fringe benefits fluctuate and will never be on point. Because sometimes a family, they either add an addition to their family or they get a different packet. And it's just fluctuating numbers, correct, Dr. Shields?
That's correct. So, this, as we go along with the years, so a lot of this will be cleaned up. With additional help that the board was graciously to approve for us with, productivity, we'll be able to catch up on some of these other items.
Yes.
And it, Rosalie Cruz back hopefully. Under the student accounts, I would just like to say that there was some minor increase in our student accounts. And the major thing that I wanted to share and talk with about the student accounts. And of course, if you return to what it says at the bottom, page 78, it has the various different classifications and the dollar amounts in it. But we're looking at trying to collect internally for the past 5 years of some of those outstanding balances. And the ones that's beyond 5 years, we want to consider getting a commercial company to try to address and collect some of those. Because we're talking about taking out our credits of 1 million totally $127,659.65. We got $1,361,837 of outstanding receivables. And it would be prudent for our stewardship for us to try to collect some of that, or at least show the due diligence that we're trying to collect. Some of it, a lot of it, we maybe will not and have to write it off and be part of our archive past, but we need to at least show that interest. Under our accounts payable, which represents our short-term financial liabilities for our institution, we have our supply vendors at $270,824.84. The Board of Trustees was $992.42, and the payroll was $457,731.54. I have a brief explanation for each one of the categories. Are there any questions or anything regarding that?
You don't need to ask a question.
Yes, sir.
You don't need Dr. Shields, question.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to clarify for the students that are out there, parents that are out there. We are not currently collecting on the bonus checks that were made during this institution, right? It's prior to that, correct?
Right, we're not, we have not, we're looking to institute, with approval of the president, some collections, sending out some letters requesting that they pay their outstanding balances.
But not anything in reference to the erroneous check that was set out by the community college, correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear.
Yeah, but he's saying that we're all collecting monetaries and the perception like that, Madam Chair, is that they're collecting everything as a whole. And I'm trying to clarify and put perception out there that we're not collecting on the erroneous checks that were made out by the community college.
Oh, no, we definitely wouldn't be collecting anything erroneous.
No, okay, no, so, sorry. Dr. Shields, just for clarification,
Okay,
is that, what trustee Dominguez is referring to is last year when we did the checks and they were sent to students. Those accounts are on the student accounts, but we have not sent those students to collections.
Well, we can't, right?
We can. They owe us that money by law. But we have not sent any of those students to collections, but
Those are not part of this.
Okay.
they are.
they are part of it.
They are part of that. They are part of that because those amounts are money that this, by law, we are required because even though we made our error, it was our error. We did do that, but we have not prevented the students from registering.
Correct,
We have not prevented the students from getting their degrees.
correct.
And we can talk about that a little bit more for the new trustees, a little bit about what happened with that. And go over that a little bit, but those amounts, if the student didn't return the money that was erroneously sent to them. It is on their student account.
But we're not holding up their
No,
transcripts.
we are not. And by law,
Is there a law that has?
That's correct.
Transcripts?
That's correct. We can't hold anybody's transcript by law. That was passed about a couple of years ago.
Thank you for that clarification, Dr. Shields. I just want to make sure that, anybody out there can look forward to continuing their education. So that having to be their bottom line.
They can
Mistake that was made by them.
look forward to receiving a letter too of asking for the balance if they do all.
Thank you, Dr. Shields.
We'll ask them.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
All right.
So if we send out letters and they don't pay, then we send it to collection agency.
That would be determined as their age becomes, more, we determine there's some other things internally we can do. We can do some, personal phone calls, which I recommend in trying to reach them if we have that. Possibly we can send some other communication that, maybe can stimulate them to, at least respond to us. But ultimately, if they refuse all other internal efforts that we have, yes, sir, we would send them to a commercial collection agency.
What you had told us previously is that 5 years back, it would be handled by staff.
That's correct.
prior to 5 years or older than 5 years, it would go to a collection agent.
That's
That's
the staff, our recommendation.
Chair.
So what's the total amount?
Ours,
right here.
it's right there, it's 1,361,837.98.
That's the total amount that will be, should like pass through, but there's a different amount forward.
The road objects was 50,000.
Why is the institution waited so long to start collecting?
Whatever moved on it, I guess.
I think that was my next, big question, that we, if we're gonna do this, we need to get on, because the longer we wait, the students tend to, just let it go, and I know it's.
Well, a couple things that, and I'm only anticipating, because I'm due, I was only been here since April, so I really can't speak it. Quite possibly, maybe the president can share some more insight, but I think with the challenges of staffing that we've had in the past has really caused a major problem here in that, because you do have to have a full staff, and the finance division has been severely understaffed for quite a bit, for quite a period. So I assume that was a major part of it. I'm not gonna say that's everything, but it's possibly it.
So there's not a procedure or policy in place that just kind of dictates. You know, it's.
But it will be in the new one, right? In the finance policy that we're going to look at, is there something there? I don't know, respond to this? Justin, would you be able to?
Well, no, but if I could share. I would like to be, I would recommend we be very careful in how much when it comes to collections, because laws change, in particular with the federal government. And I wouldn't want to put the college in a position where we could stump our toes. So, I would casually put in saying that we will put some type of collection effort in to show that we do have some type of due diligence, but I would not get into too much detail.
Dr. Shields, I just got a message from, one of our members that she's got to leave at 2 o'clock.
Yes.
We have to do executive session. Can we do, pause your report and then come back? I know we're going against the agenda, but, and we had already approved it, but,
Madam Chairperson, I work at your pleasure, so whatever you would like.
I love
so, I don't know legally.
But no, there's nothing legal about it, just if that's what you want to do, we'll do it.
Okay, can you do that? Can you, stop your report there and then we'll continue the report when we meet but for all intents and purposes, you have finished?
Yeah, I'm just about really, done, on it. I mean, if there's any questions that can be addressed, the only thing I would like to do is, I do have an update on the audit report that I would like to pass out to you to read, because the one, oh, you do? Oh, how efficient, thank you.
So what we'll do is this, Dr. Shields, we'll continue with the audit report and have the trustees look through pages 77 to 87 and prepare some questions for the next meeting.
Okay, and Mr. Garcia has shared with me that it is collection of bad debt is in our policy on page 16 of it, and it's listed under item 3.4 for your reading.
Okay,
All right, so am I to come back or we're done?
I think we're done because we
Okay.
have to follow the agenda. But as I said, there may be follow-up questions for you.
Always, I welcome them, but hopefully I'll be able to answer all of them.
Alright. Then, can somebody make a motion for us to recess into executive session? I can't.
Madam Chair, I have to make a motion to go into executive session, limited personnel matters pertaining to the president's contract evaluation review as permitted by NNSA 1978, section 10-15-1 H2 as amended of the Open Meetings Act.
Thank you. Then we'll recess to that back room.
We accept that.
I need a second,
Second.
okay? And going on.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillo.
Yes.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
trustee Andrea Sandy. Yes. Trustee Trujillo,
Yes.
trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
trustee Rosa Ortega,
I don't think we need until we go to print that. Okay, sure. Sign this one.
I'll be your chairperson.
Then I would like to ask that somebody make a motion to, come back from executive session.
So,
You have to read the whole thing.
oh, I'm sorry.
Right on your minute, on your agenda.
Signature initial. Signature initial.
It's fine.
Page 2.
In the back.
I'd like to make a motion, Madam Chair, that we return back from the executive session. Discussion limited personnel matters pertaining to the president's contract, evaluation, review. As permitted by the NMSA 1978 section 1051H2, amendment of the Open Meetings Act,
And there was no decision.
and no decision.
Thank you. Get that, Leslie?
Yes,
Okay.
seconded,
Rosalie,
Oh, sorry.
Rosalie.
roll call?
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillos.
Okay,
Secretary,
just make a note that she left.
Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sammy,
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, and then the next item, discussion action on any matters discussed during executive session.
What do you want to worry about?
I would like to have you make a motion on the discussion that we've conducted and the resolution.
Okay, so, the discussion would be all of this section.
No, you don't need to read all that, we just the motion, the,
You do the terminology, I'll make the.
okay. So, the discussions and action centers on the, extension of the contract for Dr. Linder for 3 months. So that's what the motion should be. And a second.
Second, Madam Chair.
And that was Rosalie who did it first.
I made the motion.
Rosalie made the motion. And trustee Behill, second,
Okay.
and roll call.
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez.
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillos. Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy,
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Yes.
Okay, motion passes. Announcement on date, time, location of next board meeting. Regular Board of Trustees meeting Tuesday, February the 10th at 10 a.m. And now I need a motion to adjourn.
So, Madam Chair.
I'd like to second that one thing.
Don't everybody second it at once. Okay, roll call?
Madam Chair, Dr. Phyllis Martinez,
Yes.
Madam Vice Chair, Luis Portillos. Secretary Mark Dominguez,
Yes.
Trustee Andrea Sandy,
Yes.
Trustee Richard Behill,
Yes.
Trustee Rolando Medrano,
Yes.
Trustee Rosalie Ortega.
Rosalie?
Yes.
And the motion passes and the meeting is adjourned.
I'm hungry.
Thank you very much.